Judge, our only, we've still got several concerns. Ms. Duffy does. He's falling asleep at all of the visitations. So, falling asleep, leaving the kids out. Got a supervisor there with him, so that's okay. But if Your Honor has looked out in the courtroom this morning, he fell asleep on the front row of the bench this morning also. So, I mean, there are some concerns about these kids in an unsupervised state. And that's just.
And I'll conduct a hearing. Everybody grab you a table and we'll start that hearing. We're proceeding on the husband's motion to expand his temporary visitation time and to lift the supervision.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
Go ahead and call your client.
I'd like to go ahead and call Mr. Duffy, and I also have
Mr.
his.
Duffy, if you'll come around, please.
Good morning, Mr. Duffy.
Good morning.
At this point, you have currently supervised visitation with the children on Sundays from 8 to 5, is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you want to tell the court a little bit about how that's been going since we were here last in January and the court expanded your time?
Yes, ma'am. It's been going pretty well. We spend time at the park. We take the girls and the older kids to breakfast, and we go do estate selling and yard selling just to keep them out of the house, and travel around. We go down to the Dragon Park and down near Vanderbilt. We've gone to the Frisk Center in the past, not recently, but that's one of the things. They like to go and do the little art, light walls, and color and draw.
How are your younger children handling that extended time with you?
I think they do fine. For the most part, by the time we get in the car to come back from Nashville, they're tuckered out. They're ready to go to sleep. Maybe take a nap.
And when you have them, do you have your older children as well?
Most times. There's been a couple of occasions that I haven't.
And how are you doing with having all 5 children at once for that extended period?
Oh, it's a blast.
It must be,
But-
I would imagine it must be a little challenging as well.
It can be.
I know that in previous hearings, we've heard a lot of testimony about your one son who has ADHD, and is he the most difficult of the children to handle?
It's fluctuating as to which one's more difficult now.
Tell us about that.
Parker's getting a lot better. He's going through his things, and he just recently had his recent appointment. Jackson's getting to be a little bit more challenging. He's not necessarily aggressive as he's being a boy, and they don't want to listen to keep your hands to yourself.
How about the little ones?
The 2 little girls, they're fun. They pretty much listen to everything. They see it all.
Have you been working with, I think there's potty training going on with your older daughter?
Yeah, not so much for the 4-year-old. That's basically on mom's time because they're only with me for 9 hours, so I don't really get a chance. But I mean, we do offer, and she tells me if she has to go potty.
And do you feel that you've been able to handle them better since you've done extensive classes, parenting and the anger management? Can you tell the court a little bit about how you feel you handle them?
Yes, ma'am. So I was like, with the extensive classes, it's a parenting thing. You have to be able to be there, and at 9 hours, I just can't. And I want to have that extended time so I can be that parent that Miss Duffy wants me to be, but at the same time I can't be that parent because I don't have the time to be that parent.
Do you feel that there are things that you have learned in your class have helped you with managing both your 2 boys that you mentioned can be rambunctious and the little ones?
Yeah, keeping them kind of riled or contained, or I wouldn't say contained, but off kilter as to what I'm gonna do in terms of, hey, you can't do that, you need to go here, kind of deal.
Do you feel that you can handle the children without your Aunt Connie Russell present?
I can't handle them without her. However, for the most part, she'll probably still be around. I mean, she's a big part of the kids' lives, all 5 of them.
And she is not a supervisor for your older children, correct?
Correct.
You have unsupervised 50-50 custody with them.
Correct.
But is it true that Miss Russell is still around a lot when you have them?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
And what would you do, how would you kind of work things out if you were to be able to have the children for a full weekend?
Here coming up soon, I have quite a bit of time off work due to the summertime, and my older kid's schedule. Excuse me. But I'm looking into, depending upon who it is, I am looking into sitter situations as to who I would need and what I would need them for.
And I know the court had had some concerns about sitters in the past. Can you tell us a little bit about your approach to that?
Currently, no longer I'm using my aunt as the sitter. If I do drive, I don't drive as much, when the kids are with me. If they are with me, it's maybe an hour here, an hour there, maybe 3 at the max. And then they're all in at the house before like 11 o'clock.
And who have you used as a sitter? And have you used anyone in addition to your aunt?
I had one young lady come in, who was a friend of a friend. Her name, the friend's mom is Jessica.
That was a friend of the children's mom? Okay.
Correct. Yes. So it was a mom. Her name's Jessica. She actually ended up coming over, and I drove her daughter on a prom night, and then she actually came and watched the older kids, and she did it on a Friday night. Wasn't able to do it on a Saturday night, and then since then it's been my aunt.
Okay. And that was a young woman who about 17 or 18?
That was the young lady that she ended up leaving that night early, and Jessica came over and replaced her after about an hour.
Got it. And do you have any concerns about having, all 5 children for a weekend?
No, ma'am.
You heard opposing counsel say that there are some concerns about you not being able to stay awake the whole time. Is that something that you're worried about? Have there been issues with that?
Not really. I mean, there's been an instance where I did nap during when I first got the girls, when I was having for 9 hours. I was driving a lot more, which I've cut back on. But at that same time, they both were in my lap and they were napping with me.
Okay. And your aunt was there as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anything else that you would like the court to know?
I want to be able to parent my children. And if Miss Duffy says that, hey, I want him to be able to parent his children, let me parent them, or at least let me try.
Have you and Miss Duffy been getting along better?
Yeah, for the most part. I mean, there's been a few instances where while I've been at work and she's actually shown up to my job, she's allowed the girls to come in and see me in my office.
Has that been something that's made you happy?
It has.
Do you feel good about your ability to co-parent with her going forward?
Yeah.
Do you realize that if you were to have a longer period of time with the children, you'd have to have a lot more interactions with Miss Duffy?
And that is perfectly fine.
And how have you been doing in your relationship with your older children's mother?
It's actually the best it's been in 22 years.
And does she feel good about where you are right now?
I think so.
And the children? How are they all doing?
Oh, they love it. They're having a blast. One of them got hurt the other day, but not really something I could have controlled.
Okay. And are the older children helpful for you with the little ones?
The boys are more on the play side, Ella more on the helping side.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Duffy.
Duke?
Explain to this court why you fell asleep on the front row this morning.
I was resting my eyes.
Okay. Are you not sleeping at night?
I do have some trouble sleeping, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you agree with me that you have fallen asleep on, sorry, I'm a little bit taller. You've fallen asleep a couple of times on FaceTime calls with the kids and while the kids are with you. You recall that?
While the kids were with me, yes. When they were napping on me, yes.
Okay.
On a FaceTime call, no. I'm pretty positive. I don't recall. There's been times when I've been tired on FaceTime calls.
If Miss Duffy reports that you've fallen asleep on 5 or 6 different occasions, would that be inaccurate?
I couldn't tell you for sure, ma'am.
Is that you asleep on FaceTime?
I couldn't tell you if I was asleep or if I just had my eyes closed or blinking, ma'am.
Okay, well, if you're on a FaceTime call with your children, why would you be closing your eyes and resting your eyes?
Like I said, I don't know if I was closing my eyes or if I was blinking. I couldn't tell you for sure if I was asleep.
Judge, I'd submit that as the first marked exhibit to the hearing.
Mark it as Exhibit 1.
Sir, your minor children are 4 years old and 3 years old, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the home that you're living in has got some waste in the back of it, is that correct?
It's storage for somebody else's property at this point.
Okay, and you can agree with me that that's not safe for your minor children at this point in time,
They don't play in the backyard,
okay? Do they go outside?
not into the backyard, not into the front yard, really. Most of the time, if they're outside, because we're only there for 9 hours, they go to a park or we go to my aunt's house. My aunt has a very large yard.
Okay, well, that brings up another concern. If they're only there for 9 hours, why have you not taken it upon yourself to get the mess cleaned up at your home?
The mess is not mine, ma'am. The mess is storage, if that's what you want to call it.
That accurately depict what the back of your home looks like currently?
Yes, ma'am, this is storage of stuff that's not mine.
Okay, Judge, I'd submit those as the next marked exhibit.
Mark it as Exhibit 2.
Tell me what you've done to remedy the brown recluse issue in your home.
There hasn't been any brown recluse sightings since prior when we stayed there.
Okay, and when you met with Ms. Smith, the guardian ad litem in this matter, you did not meet with her at your home, did you, sir?
No, I did not.
Okay, you met with her at Montgomeryville.
That's correct.
Okay, so she hasn't seen the home where the children are living.
No, she is not.
Okay, or where the children would stay, per se. And you said just a minute ago that you have been driving the limo when the kids are in your care, but you agree with me, sir, that there is a court order out of Wilson County that prevents you from driving the limo when your big kids are with you.
Yes and no.
Okay, so you're violating a court order out of Wilson County currently because you're driving that limo when your big kids are with you.
Maybe.
Yes or no?
I don't know exactly what that court order says. Their mother says that I'm okay to drive as long as there's childcare, and my aunt's been the childcare.
Okay, so if the mother of those children has told this mother that she's not okay with that, that would be a lie?
That would be conflicting stories because she's told me one thing and told her something else.
Okay, but no doubt there's a court order that says you're not to be driving when your big kids are in your care and custody, correct?
And I'm going to object. Do we have a copy of this order?
I can ask him about the order.
Overrule the objection. I think he can be asked about the order if he's aware. This is an issue that came up at a prior hearing as well, but
I don't have a copy of the order.
Okay,
I've never received a copy of the order.
and what sort of verification can you give this court that if you're violating a court order out of Wilson County, that you'll follow the court order that this judge puts down?
Like, again, I don't have the court order, so I can't speak to that. I've never received a court order, a copy of it, or whatever the case may be.
Okay, sir, you're backtracking now. You
I'm
agreed
not
with me
backtracking.
a minute ago, sir, that there is an order, but you two had agreed, you and your ex had agreed that as long as you had a care provider, that you could still do your limo services. So is there an order or is there not an order?
There's an order to an extent. There's certain things within that order that have also changed. So
Okay, But the
couldn't
order
speak to that.
itself has not changed, correct?
I don't have the order, ma'am. I don't know.
Okay. Sir, you agree with me that Ms. Duffy sends you updates about the minor children, correct? When they're sick and when she's chosen a pediatrician and things like that, correct?
There was one text about a possibility of a pediatrician. I have not received any text about appointments or anything.
Okay. Well, in fairness, have you responded to anything the mother sent you?
I don't know what she would have sent me other than a possibility of a pediatrician that she was thinking about using.
Okay. Well, when she sent you that email, sir, did you respond to it?
I don't know what email you're speaking of.
Okay. Have you responded to any of the mother's emails, sir?
I don't know what email she sent me.
Okay. Sir, if it's your email address they're being sent to, why don't you know what emails are being sent?
I have 27,000 unread emails in my phone right now.
So you're collecting emails? I mean, how do you expect the
I don't
mother to
know.
communicate with you if you're just hiding behind the fact that you've got 27,000 unopened emails?
Because there's also a phone with a text message portion that she would normally use. That's why she sent me a thing saying, hey, the girls are in the shower right now. They'll call you back in a moment.
Three different emails, sir. If you'll look at those and familiarize yourself with them, please.
Has Ms. Morris seen the emails?
Yes, Your Honor.
The first email that states 9 to 5 visitation was after the very first Sunday. I did not receive this email until the day of our visitation. I showed up at 8 o'clock thinking that was the time that it was stated. She also showed up. So I didn't think that was relevant to respond to it because we were both there at 8 o'clock.
Okay. Okay, what are those two emails about, sir?
One is about the girls having a little over 100 fever.
Did that not concern you enough that you would have responded?
I was picking them up that day.
Okay.
So why would I need to respond? It's literally, I got that if I'm not mistaken, I read that an hour before I was picking them up
Okay,
or on the way to pick them up.
okay. And did you follow up with her after you dropped them back off to determine whether or not they were feeling better?
Did I what? I'm sorry.
Did you follow back up with her after the fact to make sure they were feeling better? After you dropped them back off?
On Tuesday, when I had my video call,
You're telling the court that you spoke to her about how the kids were doing that day. That's your testimony before this
I
court.
could see how they were doing. They were feeling better on
So you
Tuesday.
did not ask. You waited several days.
I waited 2
And
days,
then
yes,
you
ma'am,
visually saw them.
but they were doing okay.
But when your children are running a temperature like that, does it not give you pause to follow up to find out how they're doing?
It would,
But
but
it didn't in this case, did it?
can we address the third one?
Okay, I'm asking you about the second one.
Okay.
Okay. You did not follow up about that, right?
No.
Okay. So let's talk about the third one there, about is it molluscum that they had? Do you even know what virus they had?
The virus? No, I do not.
Okay, so
So-
why did you not find out what virus they had?
I don't know what it was. I didn't know what it was called. I did look it up. Still don't know what it was called. But
Is there a
this
reason?
email is the one that pertains to the supposed diaper rash I gave them 2 and 4 hours.
Okay. Did she tell you that the children had, diaper rash is not written in there anywhere, is it?
I know it's not, but
Okay.
that's what I was
And
being told I gave them.
in that email, she verifies with you that, hey, the kids have a virus. Did you ever follow up to see how they were doing?
I see it every Sunday.
Is this about you or is it about the children? Do you care about the children or do you care about you?
If I didn't care about the children, I wouldn't be here right now.
Judge, I'd submit those three as the next marked exhibit, please.
Mark them as Exhibit 3.
Your 4-year-old's potty training, correct?
That's correct.
And you can't be bothered to assist with that during your 9 hours of visitation, is what I heard you say a few minutes ago. You tell me if I'm wrong.
No, ma'am, it's not that at all.
Okay. Can you tell me, sir, why when the child gets sent in a pull-up that you send her back home in a diaper when pull-ups are provided for you?
Pull-ups were never provided for me,
Okay.
ever.
If you knew the child was potty training, why did you not get some pull-ups for the child?
I have training panties right now for the child.
Okay, then why
The
did you
child
send
would-
her home in a diaper?
When was that?
Sir, have you sent them home in a diaper, or do I just need to have Miss Duffy testify about that?
The 2-year-old, yes, I've sent home in a diaper, and I changed her from a 7 down to a 6 because the 6s are what I have and they still fit.
Okay.
The 4-year-old had training panties on. Prior to that, there was 1 or 2 weeks where she wore a size 7, and I also put her in a size 6 prior to her to go basically straight from diapers to training panties.
Okay, but a minute ago, when you were talking to your lawyer under direct, you said, I only have 9 hours, so I'm really not working with her on that right now. Something to that effect. Correct me
not
if
that-
I'm wrong.
I'm going to correct you because you're wrong. It's not that I'm not working with her. It's because I only have 9 hours. I offer her the bathroom. She tells me when she needs to go. She says, Daddy, I need to go potty. Okay, let's go potty. So much, in fact, that I actually keep a child toilet seat in the car just in case we're out and about.
What is your work schedule right now?
9 to 5:30, Monday through Thursday and Saturdays.
Monday through Thursday, and then you've got Saturdays also. What times on Saturdays are you working?
Same time.
9 to 5:30?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And your limo driving, tell me about that.
Most of the time it's during the week, Monday through Thursday.
Okay, and what time are you driving Monday through Thursday?
It varies by time.
Give me the example of the last 2 times you've driven Monday through Thursday.
10 to 2, 10 to 1.
Well, I heard you, when you say 10 to 2, 10 to 1, is that 10 p.m. or 10 a.m.?
10 p.m.
Okay. I heard you a few minutes ago say you did a prom, but prom doesn't start at 10. What time did you do that one at?
That one was a few weeks ago, and I did a pickup at 5 and dropped off at 7.
And during that time period, where were your minor children?
They were with their mother. It happened to be on a Friday when they were with her on her weekend.
Okay. So you didn't have any children in your care?
No, ma'am.
Okay, why did you reference that you had a babysitter helping take care of your children on that date?
It wasn't for that date. It was for a different date.
Okay, tell me what date that was.
I don't know exactly what date it was, but it was not the same day as the prom.
Okay,
The prom is where I met Jessica, who watched the kids for that date, which, if I'm not mistaken, was the subsequent weekend.
and what is Jessica's last name, sir?
I don't know off the top of my head. It's in my phone.
Okay, so you're having Jessica watch children and you don't even know her last name?
It's in my phone, ma'am.
Do you agree, sir, that on February the 2nd that you had one of your 9-hour visits with your children, correct?
If that was a Sunday, then yes.
Judge, may I approach?
You may.
Sir, you got Facebook, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And on the day of February the 2nd, you were active on Facebook at 12:20 p.m., correct? That shows activity on Facebook, doesn't it, sir?
It just says that I'm logged in, that's it.
And then again at 1:57, you're on your Facebook, correct? When you have that little dot, that means you're active, correct?
That just means you're logged in.
Okay.
It doesn't mean you're active at all.
And then at 2:15 p.m., you're there again, is that correct?
Oh, okay. I'm not understanding this.
3:25 p.m., you're on Facebook again.
Okay.
Is that a yes?
Again, that dot doesn't mean that I'm active. It just means I'm logged in. That's all it means.
And at 6:16, you're active on Facebook again, correct?
Okay.
Okay. Sir, you've got a limited amount of time that you are with your minor children, and on this date, just at the time mother checked, you were active on Facebook, were you not?
No, no, ma'am.
Judge, that's exhibit.
Mark it as exhibit 4.
That dot just means that you're logged in. It doesn't mean that you're active on anything.
Okay. And you agree with me that during your marriage, and the court has seen videos of you, instead of paying attention to your children, being on your phone, and you continue to have that issue. Is that a fair statement?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you're telling this court that you just happened to be logged in, but you weren't active on Facebook?
My phone stays logged into Facebook.
Okay. So you weren't commenting on the Kingston Springs buy, sell, and trade about a vehicle while you had your minor children with you?
There's always a possibility for that.
Okay.
But I don't
So you
know.
agree with me that you're on Facebook and you're active if you're commenting on these buy, sell, trade?
Not at all times.
Judge, may I approach?
You may.
Sir, do you remember asking about a Tahoe and asking how much it would cost while you were with your children?
I don't know.
Is this you, sir?
That's me, sure.
Okay, and you asked price for the Tahoe. Is that correct?
Yeah, I guess.
Judge, I'd submit that as the next one.
Can you tell me what date that was?
This would have been on the 2nd
Are you sure?
2nd of what?
February.
Would be marked as exhibit 5.
Sir, when you met with Miss Smith, you blamed all the issues in this case on the mothers of your children, correct?
That's not completely true.
Okay, did you see
my
the
financial
report?
hardships? Absolutely.
Did you see the reports that Miss?
I read the report.
Okay, and she said that you had someone else to blame other than yourself on nearly every question she was
And I'm going to
discussing.
object. I think that's a complete mischaracterization of the report.
Sustained, the report will speak for itself, and Ms. Smith is here, so she'll be able to address that as well.
Have you been speaking to the children about the issues in this case and the issues you have with their mothers?
Other than the fact that I love their mothers, but not as a partner or spouse, absolutely. But that's as far as it goes.
During your visits, where are you eating? Are you preparing meals for the children, or are you taking them places to eat?
Most of the time we'll go out.
Okay, and you're getting them. Most recently bought your 2-year-old a Coke and a Dr. Pepper. Is that correct? A Coke or a Dr. Pepper?
A what?
A Coke or a Dr. Pepper. I may be a crunchy mom, but that's one thing I did not provide my kids: caffeine at age 2. So, are you providing caffeine to your 2-year-old?
Is she drinking some of ours? Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
But she
Sir,
doesn't like suck it down.
do you think that that's in her best interest, sir?
yes and no. She gets a sip here and there.
Okay. Judge, if I may have just one moment.
You may. Marcia, you have follow-up?
I think Ms. Furlong Smith has.
Oh, I'm sorry. I always seem to forget you. You stay out there in the
I'm
corner.
very
and out of my-
forgettable.
You're out of my line of sight. I forget about you.
Okay, so I talked with Ms. Flores Pugh, and she said you successfully completed anger management parenting.
Yes, ma'am.
And so what did you learn in anger management that you think has benefited you?
And now it's more of just taking the time to assess the situation, calm down, make sure I'm making the right consequences for the actions that are at hand.
Okay, so you would agree that before these classes, or for lack of a better word, you might have blown off the handle,
Oh yeah.
but you feel like the anger management, you realize that.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And what about the parenting? How have you incorporated what you learned?
Not, the boys are boys and they beat on each other, and I get that. When I'm in the front of the car and they're in the back of the car, it's kind of difficult. There's been times I've had to threaten to pull over, but I don't, and it's just like, come on guys, put your hands in the air. Taking the time to relax now, especially with them, because they're the handful. It's just more of just taking the time to process everything instead of jumping straight into conclusions.
And this is the first time I've learned that there's a concern about your house. Now, tell me about your house.
It's a 3-bedroom, 1-bath house, about 1,000 square feet. About 1,000 square feet.
What is this in the backyard?
It's a family member's stuff who lived there previously.
And like, when you say stuff, what do you mean?
It's stuff out of his storage units.
And it's just in the backyard?
It's underneath the carport for the most part, and then some of the things are outside of the carport. There's a few vehicles back there as well.
Do you think that your family move the stuff?
Oh yeah, absolutely. He's a busy guy. He's a busy man. He's a 24 on 48 hour off firefighter, and also does other side gigs as well.
But if that's a problem for Ms. Duffy, you can have him remove the stuff.
Absolutely.
And your children, I guess they don't spend a whole lot of time at your house at this point. Is that correct? That's what I understood from my visit. And
The little girls, no. The big kids, yes.
older children do.
Correct.
They spend the night.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I did express a concern about the blaming or your wife and your ex-wife on your woes now. I did express a concern about that, and I do have a concern about that. If the judge orders you to not discuss your problems with your wife and ex-wife, you would agree to do that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I have no more questions.
All right, now, Ms. Morris, you may redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Duffy, when you were going to meet with Miss Furlong Smith, did she request at any point to meet you at your home?
No, ma'am.
Were you aware that there were any concerns about your home that needed to be addressed?
No, ma'am.
Do you believe there are concerns about your home that need to be addressed?
Other than it needs to be tidied up, no, ma'am.
Okay, do you think that there are any safety concerns for the children inside the home?
No.
Would you allow the children outside to play outside without you?
No.
And I'm specifically referencing the two little ones.
No.
Would you allow the children to play outside in the front or backyard without you, even if the yard was cleaned up?
No.
Do you allow them to play outside without you at your aunt's home or at the park?
No.
Okay. So, do you think that there is any reason why the condition of your backyard would pose a problem during your parenting time? You heard that there were some concerns about you falling asleep. Tell the court about your work schedule again.
I work a 9 to 5 Monday through Thursday and a Saturday. I'm off Friday and Sundays. Sundays I'm spending 9 hours with the girls, which I'm having to drive an hour to get there. I also drive a limousine.
So like any
Throughout the
working
week.
parent, you're probably tired at times.
Yeah.
Would you allow yourself to fall asleep and leave the children unattended?
No.
Have you ever allowed yourself to fall asleep and leave the children unattended?
No.
There were some emails from your wife that were shown to you. Did you purposely ignore those emails?
No, I received them literally the day of a meeting.
When your wife texts you, do you generally respond?
For the most part, yeah.
Do the two of you have any cordial conversation when you call for your FaceTime calls?
I only speak with the girls directly.
Okay. Would you like to speak with her?
Absolutely, if she's willing.
Okay. Have you ever has she ever indicated to you that she was trying to get a hold of you and couldn't?
No.
When she sent you those emails that you didn't respond to, did she try following up with a text or call?
No.
When you saw her at the exchanges or got on the FaceTime calls, did she ask you why you didn't respond to an email?
She doesn't talk to me at
Did you-
those meetings.
Did you think that there was an issue, that she was waiting for a response and was upset about it?
No.
Did you intend to upset her by not responding?
Not at all.
When your children had the fever, did you think that it was a serious illness?
Not off the top of my head. Kids and adults get a fever here and there, and it can be a spot. It can be an hour, it can be 5 hours, and then it goes away.
And you said that you learned about the fever on your way to go pick them up for your visit.
Correct.
So Ms. Duffy didn't indicate that it was a fever that would require them to not visit with you and stay home or anything like that.
Correct.
How were they that day?
They seem fine.
Did they seem like they were unusual?
They were a little lethargic and sluggish, and not as active as they normally are, but so I mean that was actually the day that we went back to the house and we just napped together. We watched some shows.
So you
They
ad-
fell
adapted.
asleep on me.
So you adapted your plans to accommodate them
Yeah.
and see how they were doing. When you dropped them back off, did you have any concerns about them medically that you thought that she couldn't handle?
No,
And do you trust Ms. Duffy?
I do.
And so if you thought that they were sick, did you trust that she would get them the proper care, medication, that sort of thing?
Absolutely.
And how did they appear to you on Tuesday when you talked to them?
They seemed much better.
Did Ms. Duffy ever say to you that they had some illness that she needed you to consult with her about?
Never.
You keep diapers and pull-ups in your home? Is that
I have training panties for the 4-year-old, and I have size 6 diapers and wipes for the young one, for the 2-year-old.
Is a training panty different than a pull-up?
Yes.
Okay. Is it the same thing that Ms. Duffy sends the child in?
Yes.
Okay. And so you keep those products at your home? Do you have any problem continuing to keep those products
No,
at your
I
home?
mean we'll be changing over from training panties to probably big girl panties here soon, but
Would you have any objection to using a parenting app
Not
with
at all.
Ms. Duffy? And if the court ordered it, would you be okay with making sure that you checked in before and after visits about things like medications or pull-ups or size changes? Do you expect Ms. Duffy to supply you with things like diapers and pull-ups during your parenting time?
no.
Mr. Duffy, you use Facebook,
Yeah.
and I imagine you have a smartphone.
Yes.
When you open your phone, what does Facebook automatically log in?
It stays logged in. It's more than likely it's still in a tucked window that's hidden.
Are you on your phone when you have the children?
Rarely.
I'm sure you check your phone when you have
Yeah.
the children. Do you think it's interfering in any way with your parenting time?
No.
What kind of things do you feed the children during your parenting time?
Their biggest thing is chocolate chip pancakes and bacon, especially for the little girls. But the big kids eat it too. So,
Do your little ones drink out of regular cups? Do they drink out of sippy cups?
sippy cups and straw cups and
What do you usually fill those sippy cups and straw cups with?
water. Or if mom drops them off, milk is for the 2-year-old.
Okay. Do you allow them to drink an entire cup or bottle of Coke or
No.
or any soda?
No. Just a sip here and there.
So is that just a little treat?
Yeah.
Do you think that you are conscientious about what you feed your children and the activities you do with them?
I think so. I mean, the picture of the cup was an icy cup, and she's not gonna give a child brain freeze. Here, have a sip.
Thank you, Mr. Duff.
Stu, do you have any recross? Where do you currently, when you have visitation with the children, where do you exercise that?
I pick up in Dixon at the police station, and typically I will either go eat breakfast or we'll go to a park either nearby or in Nashville. We'll drive on
Where
down
do
into
you
Nashville.
live currently?
In Nashville.
Okay. And do you take them to your house?
Occasionally, yes, but we try to do things where they're active and I can be with them and see them flourish, not just sitting at home.
And where are you wanting to be able to take the children for unsupervised visitation?
Now, I want to be able to take them to the house and let them stay and, take them to just different places. Right now we go to the Frist
Well,
and
then why would you not try to clean up that mess in the backyard if you're going to have young children there? If you knew, if that's what you're asking me to do, why haven't you already done it?
they don't typically play in the backyard anyway. A lot of the times we play at the park or we go to my aunt's house because she has an even bigger yard than what I have that's more grass. Almost all of that's concrete and asphalt. Those
At
things
your
are not
house
mine
is-
and I can't have that cleaned up.
But where you're living, is it a house
It's a house.
and it has a yard?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
And your children are, I mean, the summer is coming upon us. It's going to be 80-something degrees today. Don't you understand children will want to play outside, ride their bikes or do whatever?
Yes, sir.
And you understand why it concerns me that there's that kind of mess in the backyard with the
can
house
be
that you
cleaned.
want. And you assume, I want you to have unsupervised visitation. I want you to move towards a regular type of visitation with the children, which is what you want, I know. But it requires you to also do what needs to be done to try to reassure me, because while I want you to have the visitation, my interest is only about protecting the children.
Correct.
I have to balance the children's best interest and their safety and the mother's concerns about the safety, and which are legitimate, I think, based on what we've seen in the past in this case. I have to balance that with the desire to move you towards a more regular type of visitation. And when things happen like this picture of you falling asleep during visitation or during a FaceTime call, and I know you say you were resting your eyes, but that clearly looks to me like you were asleep. Or when I hear that you were on Facebook while you had the children there and you don't remember when it was, I mean, that just sounds like it's being evasive. I want you to desire to have unsupervised visitation so much that you will be proactive in trying to do it. Now, I will congratulate you on doing the things. And this lady over here, Ms. Smith, I've known her longer than either one of us really want to say, but she is probably one of the finest guardian ad litems that you will ever find in the state of Tennessee. With her background with the Department of Children's Services and her experience as an attorney, I'm of the opinion that I place great weight in what she says. And she tells me that you've made great progress. And I congratulate you for that. I want you to continue to make progress. But then there are blips that come up, and things like that. I'm aware of the fact that there was this order out of Wilson County. We had, that came up in a prior hearing. and that there was a restriction against you driving while you had the minor children in that situation. And I remember the instance where you went, with a gun to a home in Williamson County when you had your older children with you to help a client retrieve his phone. You remember that instance? And that,
No, sir. If I can correct you, if that's
Sure,
correct,
I mean,
I never had my gun with me because I don't have my guns.
then
Miss
I
Duffy has my
apologize.
guns.
I agree, but you took the children with you to try to retrieve this guy's phone at a person's house. So under the circumstances, it just seems to me that there are still some issues that I have to be concerned about. I don't want to be concerned about them, but for the safety of the children, have to be. So I just want you to understand my thinking is I want you to have these unsupervised visits. And I want to expand it to a normal visitation, but there are still some things that bother me about this. So, all right, you can step down. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right,
Your Honor, I'd
Ms.
like
Morris.
to call Connie Russell. She's the visitation
all right.
supervisor.
Ms. Russell is outside, I believe. Yeah, let's go ahead and take our mid-morning recess.
And on the record, I need to correct one thing. I thought that the date on him asking about the taco was February the 2nd, and it actually was not that same date. It was a different date of visitation, but I just wanted to clarify that.
All right, we'll stand in recess for 15 minutes.
All rise. This board is in recess.
All right, Ms. Morris, you ready for your next witness?
Ms. Russell, can you please remind the court your full name and your relationship to the parties?
My name's Connie Russell, and I'm Daryl Duffy's aunt.
And you are serving as supervisor in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And you testified at the last hearing in January,
I
correct?
did.
And at that time, you had testified that you thought that it would be appropriate for Mr. Duffy to have some unsupervised time. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall at the last hearing he was given a longer visitation period?
He was.
Can you tell the court how that's been going?
It's been going great. It gives us more time with the kids instead of
Ms.
4
Russell,
hours.
grab the base of that microphone and pull it towards you a little bit so that you can, there you go,
Okay.
keep pulling. Just that way we can pick up what you're saying a little
Okay.
better.
Train of thought.
You were just
Yes.
telling the court about how the
Yes.
expanded visits are going.
It gives us more time to bond with them, and just be with the children. And in my view, we like it. They seem to love being with us as well. So I think it's going very well.
And has Mr. Duffy been exercising his visits every Sunday?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were present every Sunday?
Yes, ma'am.
Has Mr. Duffy ever violated the supervision order?
No, ma'am.
Are you within earshot of the children
Yes,
at all
ma'am.
times? Okay. And how are the children doing with the expanded visits?
They're doing fine. We go to the park, we take them eat lunch or breakfast. We go to the house, they play with the other 3 children. So yes, I think we're doing really well with them.
Do you think that Daryl does a good job handling the little ones?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you think that he does a good job handling all 5 children together?
I do.
Have you seen a change in Daryl over the course of this proceeding since he's finished his courses?
I've seen a tremendous change in him.
Can you
I
tell the
have.
court about that a little bit?
He seems like he's more calmer than he used to be. He seems like he's more aware of what's going on around him. And it's just an overall, he's just starting to be overall just a lot more calmer and taking care of things. It's been a big difference.
Do you notice an impact on the children and his relationship with them?
I do, yes. Mhm.
Do you have any observations about how he handles disciplinary issues?
Well, it can be just like me, if they get out of hand, I'll do things, I'll tell them you can't do this. If they do something, I'll put them and tell them they can't watch TV when they're with me. With him, he does the same thing. He sends them to his room, tries to get them to calm down. And, but yeah, he takes care of the situation.
Do you feel that the way that he interacts with the children is appropriate at all times?
Yes, ma'am.
How does he handle things like feeding the kids, potty training, basic caretaking type stuff?
Okay, with the potty training, I know Brittany's been working with Addie, and Addie, when she needs to go to the bathroom, he takes her to the bathroom. We have a potty chair at his house, and, she seems comfortable doing that. We feed them, like I said, there's times when we leave here and go back to Nashville, I fix breakfast for them. Sometimes we go out and get lunch. Of course, Addie's, she's a nugget girl.
Chicken nuggets?
She doesn't eat a whole lot of different things. And, but yeah, we just, we feed them, we take care of them while we're there.
Do you feel like Daryl does a good job with that? Is he feeding them well, nutritious things?
Yes, ma'am.
How do the children interact with one another?
With all 5 children?
Yes, with all 5 children.
They do real well. Parker, of course, when the kids get in the band and the kids are there, they're always wanting to talk to the other kids and talk to Ellen, and they want hugs and kisses from Jackson and Parker. So, yeah, and if we're out playing at the park, the kids they're playing together. We push them in swings. They just interact real well.
Do they come to your house sometimes during the visits?
They do.
And what kinds of things, how is your house set up? What kinds of things do they do?
They play out in the front yard.
Okay. And
We
what
have
is your front
toys.
yard like?
It's level and big, and it's a nice place to play.
Are there any safety concerns there?
No, ma'am.
Does Daryl ever let the children play outside by themselves?
No, we're usually sitting outside with them.
Do you ever go to Daryl's house during the visits?
We do.
Can you tell the court about that, when you've gone there and what you've done there?
We go, like I said, when we go there, whatever time it is, a lot of times I do the breakfast food for them. The kids play together. They've got their toys there. They play with all 3 of the big kids. So, I mean, I'm usually sitting there in the living room and watching, and helping with them. But other than that,
Are there any safety concerns about Daryl's home?
I don't think so. No, ma'am.
Do the kids ever play outside at Daryl's house?
No. Mm-mm.
And why is that?
For one, he's got big bushes and stuff in the front yard, and in the back, there's a few cars back there, which are my brother's cars.
They're your brother's cars?
They're my brother's cars.
So is the yard set up for them?
It can be.
But it's not
But-
right now?
Well, right, but they normally play at my house, because I've got the big front yard, and they can kick balls and do whatever else there, so.
How far do you live from Daryl?
Less than a mile. Yeah.
And do you also sometimes see Daryl with his big kids when you're not doing your supervising?
Most definitely.
Did you say, I'm sorry?
Yes, most definitely.
Most definitely. And do you ever help with childcare?
I do.
Are there any concerns about, from your perspective, about Daryl during his parenting time with the older kids when you're not there?
No, because there's lots of times I'm not with him when he's with his older kids, and, they go do different things, so I don't think there's any problem with that.
Do you have any concerns about if the court were to allow Daryl to have unsupervised visits and you to no longer be there? Do you have any concerns about how he would handle all 5 children?
No, I don't think so.
Do you think that the children could benefit from unsupervised time with him?
I think they could, instead of me hanging around all the time.
Do you
But
think
I like doing that, yeah,
would you, if you were not a supervisor, would you still be available if Daryl needed you?
anytime at all.
And would you still have your home open for him to come if
Yes.
they needed to come there to play or whatever
Yes,
they needed to do?
ma'am. It's open 24/7.
Do you have any concerns about how the little ones would do if they were to be with Daryl overnight or for a full weekend?
I think they would do okay. This is his first rodeo with raising little ones. Changing the diapers, feeding them, things like that. So, yeah, I think he would be okay with it.
Have you ever observed, during Daryl's parenting time, have you ever observed him falling asleep?
He does occasionally. Mm-hmm.
Can you tell the court about that?
I'm sorry, but we're gonna need you to move up a little bit closer to that microphone so that
Okay.
Ms. Duke can be sure to hear you. Scoot your chair up there.
I'll
if you
repeat
want
the
to.
last question. I asked you if you had ever observed Daryl falling asleep during his parenting.
Yeah, when we've been at home,
And can you tell the court about that?
he just dozes off. And if he does, I wake him up.
Have you ever felt that he was falling asleep at a time that it would be inappropriate for him to fall asleep?
Not really.
Do you
'Cause
think,
like I said, I'm always with him.
do you think that if he were on his own with the kids, that he would have a hard time staying awake?
Dane,
Do you think that, have you observed that he has had, while you've been with them, have you observed that he has a hard time staying awake?
Not a hard time staying awake, no.
Have you observed him using his phone while he's parenting?
On his phone? Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the court about that?
Just normal phone usage. I don't know what to tell you as to how often, how frequent, what are you asking?
Well, just that, just your observation
Yeah.
of how often, how frequent, is it interfering with his parenting time at all in any way?
I don't believe it is,
Is there anything else that you would like the court to know?
Not that I know of.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Duke, you may cross-examine.
Ms. Russell, we met previously,
Yes.
and, you know, just to start with, I appreciate you helping out with this case. Now, when you've observed Mr. Duffy falling asleep during his visits, that actually happens at all the visits, doesn't it?
Not all of
At
it.
least once.
No.
Okay.
Like I said, I'm usually there and I will wake him up, say hey. And,
And you doze off too at times, don't you?
no,
Okay, you don't take any naps?
I do not take any naps.
Okay. And you've helped to watch the older kids, or has he hired a babysitter when he's limo driving when the kids are there?
I'm there.
Okay.
I'm with the kids.
Okay. And he has done a little bit of limo, has he done a little bit of limo driving when the younger children are there also?
No,
Okay, just the older children.
right.
Do you understand that there is an order out of Wilson County that prevents him from driving the limo while he's got his older children?
I did not.
You saw him this morning in court, and I saw you nudge him when he was asleep over here. You saw him fall asleep in the courtroom also.
Today?
Yes, ma'am.
I just got in here.
No, when we were sitting here having the docket called early this morning, you saw him fall.
I've been out in the hallway the whole time.
Okay. Well, I'll call your paralegal. I'm just joking. She's probably right, Judge. I apologize. Now, when you and Mr. Duffy stop at the store and you run in to grab things, tell me how that goes.
I run in the store to use the bathroom usually,
Okay.
because we're on the road so often,
Okay.
coming from here to Nashville. I go in, do my business, and I'm right out.
Okay. And during that time period, the minor children are alone with Mr. Duffy. Is that correct?
Usually the other three big children are with him as well.
And you have witnessed Mr. Duffy get angry at family meals and yell at the minor children.
When they misbehave, he'll raise his voice. It's not really yelling.
Okay.
He raises his voice to tell him to sit down.
So if the minor children report to the mother that he's yelling loud enough that it scares them and it creates a little bit of a ruckus in the restaurant, is that accurate?
I don't think that has happened in the restaurants. I don't recall an incident of that happening in a restaurant.
Do you call an incident of it happening somewhere else?
Not that I know of, other than, like I said, just in the car, if we're in the car and they're misbehaving, the boys in the back are hitting each other, he'll raise his voice and tell them to stop doing that.
And you confirmed for the court that Mr. Duffy is on his phone from time to time.
Mhm,
when
as we
he's got
all
the
are,
children.
you know, I'm sure Mom, she's on her phone from time to time when she has her children.
Have you been inside Mr. Duffy's home recently?
I'm in there all the time,
And he's got boxes stacked to the ceiling in there.
right?
Okay. And,
They're not to the ceiling, they're there. There's
okay.
things that we gotta put up.
And it really is not the cleanest of environments right now, is it?
It is. Me and some of the older children will go in there and clean. When I've got them sitting over there, got them over there, I'll go clean. We'll clean the bathrooms. We sweep. We do all that. We keep it clean.
Okay, so where does Mr. Duffy fall in being responsible for himself and his home? I mean, if you're doing all of these things, why is Mr. Duffy not
He
doing
does
them?
other things as well. He does the clothes and things like that. So, it's a shared responsibility.
So how many boxes high are the boxes stacked in his home?
And they're only in two places. One's in the front corner of the living room, other one's in the corner of the dining room.
Okay,
That's
so
the only
my
place
question
there's
for
not.
you was, how many boxes
Maybe
high?
4.
Okay, and you understand that 2-year-olds and 4-year-olds climb
Climb,
quite a bit?
yes, ma'am, I do.
Yes, okay.
Mhm.
And so if you'll just let me finish my question and then you answer. That's a safety concern because they can climb up on the boxes and they can fall, can't they?
I assume they could, but they haven't.
Okay. And his back area in his home is in no condition for children to be in that backyard, is it?
Not at this point. Here again, we have my brother's stuff. He used to live in the home. My brother's stuff is still underneath the carport,
Okay,
and 2 of his vehicles are there.
and you agree with me that Mr. Duffy has been in that home for a year now and more than capable of at least getting that area cordoned off so that the children don't make access to
Well,
it?
they don't go back in the backyard anyway. They don't go back there.
So you're saying that the minor children are only going to get to play outside if they come to your home?
No, most of the time we're doing stuff with them. We're not at home all the time.
But if Mr. Duffy is to fall asleep during one of the visits and the children slip out of the house, what are we doing to ensure that they don't hurt themselves back there?
We haven't done anything.
Okay. At the visits, Mr. Duffy generally takes them to McDonald's or fast food places. Is that fair?
We go McDonald's because of chicken nuggets. We go to like Denny's. They eat their chocolate chip pancakes. We eat dinner. We have snacks for them in the cars, at the house.
Okay. And they're drinking Cokes. The kids drink Cokes. Is that right?
Addie drinks nothing but water.
Okay.
Layla, occasionally she'll get a sip of Coke, but she's not drinking tons of Cokes.
Do you know how to explain the 2-year-old showing back up to the house with a full Coke drinking on it from McDonald's?
It's probably one of the kids drinks. I'm not sure.
Judge, if I may have one moment, I think I'm done.
All right. Beth, you have any questions? I remembered you and you don't have any questions. Ms. Morris, do you have any redirect? Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. You can have a seat in the courtroom if you like.
Thank you.
All right, there are no other witnesses. You have proof you wish to offer? All right. Ms. Duffy, if you'll come around, please.
Start out. Do you want your children to have a father?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me, tell the court what you want to see in order to make sure that they have a good relationship and it's safe.
A stable environment, a place in their house that I'm not concerned for their safety, a concern that they're not going to be emotionally damaged from spending time there. I can't think of anything else.
Okay. Ms. Russell did not seem to be too terribly concerned about the boxes. Are you concerned about the boxes in inside of Mr. Duffy's home?
I am, because I have a daredevil of a 2-year-old.
Okay. And does she try to climb at your house?
She does, and I have to keep my eyes on her.
And are you concerned about the stuff that is outside of Mr. Duffy's home?
I am, because kids are curious, and I'm afraid that something will hurt them.
Okay. And are you concerned that he's had a year to take care of these things and he's not done them?
I am.
This morning when we were sitting here, what was your observation of Mr. Duffy?
That's a full question.
I'm sorry. Did you notice that he was falling asleep this morning in court?
I did.
Okay. Are you concerned that maybe he needs a sleep study or something that?
Turn your microphone on that table on so I can,
There's really no basis for Ms. Duffy to have an opinion as to whether my client needs a sleep study.
overrule. She's asked her whether does she have concerns about your client falling asleep in the courtroom and whether or not he needs a sleep study. That's not something that would require expert testimony.
Are you concerned that he needs a sleep study and needs to take care of himself?
I am.
Okay. And based on him falling asleep in a public place, are you concerned that if he were to get unsupervised visitation, that he would fall asleep with your children?
Yes.
And when you two were together, you did not leave your children unsupervised with him, did you?
I did not. And if I had to go anywhere, they were all with me.
Okay. Was it because of his sleeping habits?
One and lots of other issues.
And when you've been on FaceTime with Mr. Duffy, and I say you, it's your children on FaceTime, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Have you witnessed him falling asleep on multiple occasions?
Yes, I have.
Okay. You put dates on that picture. Were those the dates that you've witnessed him fall asleep?
Yes, because I
repeatedly?
have multiple pictures, but I didn't think I needed more than one.
Okay. And are you concerned that Mr. Duffy won't even acknowledge that he's falling asleep regularly? That
Yes.
he kind of evaded that question? Okay. To your knowledge, is Mr. Duffy supposed to be driving that limo when he has his children, his older children?
He is not supposed to be driving.
Okay. Are you concerned that when you send him an email about your children, that he's not responding?
Yes, he's not responding, and I know that's his email because it's been the same the whole time.
Okay. And at some point in time, was there a brown recluse issue in the home where he's living?
There was.
Okay. Do you know about any remedial actions he's taken in order to take care of the brown recluse issue?
Not recently, no.
Let's talk about potty training. Did you send your child in a pull-up to his home?
Yes, through January after our last court date, I immediately started or continued to potty train her. And I sent him with underwear, extra clothes, extra pull-ups in a bag so that he would have those because I didn't know if he had any. And I sent her in a pull-up, and every single time that month, she came back in a diaper.
And you heard him testify that he only had her for 9 hours, so he wasn't gonna be, he says he was taking her to the bathroom, but to your knowledge, was he checking with her about needing to go?
Sustain the objection.
Has the minor child been upset when she's returned to you about potty training?
In what way?
Has she been upset about accidents?
No.
Okay. Has Mr. Duffy discussed this Jessica person that could be a potential babysitter with you?
No.
Turn your microphone on there. Turn the microphone and there's a
I'm
button on the
just,
base.
I'm going to object because Mr. Duffy's testimony was that Jessica babysat for the older children, not that she would babysit or has babysat for the younger children.
Well, the basis of your objection is that he
Not
never
relevant.
testified, but she's asking her whether he discussed it with her.
I guess my objection is that it's not really relevant because this is a babysitter for children that are not part of this case.
Well, it would be relevant if this court gives him unsupervised time and this Jessica person is the babysitter.
Oh, if I give unsupervised time, I'll deal with who can be the caregiver. So
I'll move on then.
sustain the objection.
Are you concerned that he is not following court orders out of another court?
Yes.
You concerned about him following the court orders of this court?
Yes, because he's already not following on the other.
Okay. And you heard Ms. Russell testify today that she is not supervising all the visitation. She's leaving the children and Mr. Duffy in the car by themselves. Is that
Correct.
correct? Does that concern you?
It does.
Have your minor children been upset about events in a restaurant where Mr. Duffy has yelled at them
Yes.
since we were in court the last time?
Yes.
Now, we tendered to the court several documents that show on February the 2nd that he was on his phone almost the entire visit. But you heard him testify that that just means he's logged in. Is that accurate?
No, it means you're active on Facebook
Okay.
in some way.
Scrolling it, is that correct? And if he has his children, is there any reason for him to even be on Facebook?
No.
Mr. Duffy explained to the court that he was blamed for after 4 hours for a diaper rash on one of your children, and it turned out to be a virus. Was that 2 different occasions?
It is. The diaper rash is different from the rash that she still, but is almost over right now.
Okay.
What was the rash?
The rash is called,
Hand, foot, and mouth disease?
no, it's musculum contagiosum or something that lasts about a year.
And is it common in children?
It's very common in that age group, yes.
Okay. And did you give Mr. Duffy the information about that so he wouldn't spread it to the other children or himself?
Yes, because it is contagious.
Okay. And at any point in time, did he respond to your emails that you were sending?
He did not.
Have you communicated by email in the past?
I do email because of our previous court orders.
Okay. And over email, is that his email address?
It is.
Does he ever check back in on the kids when you express to him that there has been some issue with them, some illness, some sickness, that you're changing pediatricians? Does he co-parent or cooperate with you in any way regarding their health and wellness?
No.
Does he check on them aside from FaceTiming with them? Does he ask you how they're doing?
No.
If this court decides to expand any of Mr. Duffy's time, are you asking the court to grant you the right of first refusal to keep the minor children?
Yes.
Are you asking that the court continue the drop-offs to be at the Dixon Police Department?
Yes.
Have you noticed any reluctance with your minor children in being around their father or even talking to them?
As far as them saying, I don't want to go, yes, Addie has said once or twice that she does not want to go.
Have you tried to encourage that she go and enjoy her time with her father?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, Mr. Duffy made issue with the fact that you're emailing and not texting, but have you texted in the past?
I have when he has FaceTime and we have missed it. In order for him to know that I got the call, I say they're in the bath or I'll call you back in just a minute.
Okay, and does he ever respond to those text messages?
He doesn't respond back.
Any reason you can't use text messaging instead of email?
There was an early, I think on this restraining order part of it, we had all discussed that they would just email one another, and now that is not an issue, so they can absolutely just text.
I can tell you that I don't always check my emails as frequently as I should, personal email, and I can understand why he might not. But text messages, it alerts your phone, and you know immediately you've got a text message. Seems to me it'd be a more direct way of communication.
I was unsure based on our previous court what was appropriate.
Well, we're gonna try to move forward on some things, so go ahead.
Yeah, I think that's fine now, Judge. Is there anything else for this court that you've got concerns over? I mean, I think we've gotten those in through Mr. Duffy and Ms. Russell, but is there anything else you'd like to tell the court?
I don't think so.
Okay, thank you.
I don't have any questions for Ms. Duffy.
Ms. Smith, do you have any questions? Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Ms. Duke, do you have any other witnesses? Does Mr. Duffy have any rebuttal proof?
No, Your Honor.
Then I'll hear you in argument.
Your Honor, the court has had Mr. Duffy having supervised visitation for about a year now, and most recently has expanded it. He's up to 9 hours a day. And I do understand that there have been concerns in the past. I do believe he's addressed them. He's gone to extensive anger management classes and parenting classes, and he has really worked hard to try to figure out a way to maximize his time with the children and make it as good of a quality time as possible. And this is really detrimental to his relationship with the children for him to continue to be under these restrictions. He is not able to have a normal parenting relationship where they can fall asleep in his home and have bedtime stories together and wake up in the morning. It's limiting their ability to have their relationships with their siblings. And at this point, we really do think it would be appropriate, consistent with both the recommendations of Dr. Davis, who's testified twice in the past, as well as the guardian ad litem, that we start to lift the supervision and gradually expand his time. And I think that there's really no way for him to prove that he can do this and that it's going well other than to be able to be given the opportunity to do that. When we've come in today over these last few months, both in the guardian ad litem's report as well as from the testimony from my client and the supervisor, things are clearly going a lot better. He's gotten a handle on some of the issues that the court was concerned about in the past. He's making better decisions. The time is going well. The kids are responding well. And, all we've heard today in terms of the concerns are things that no parent is perfect. If the court were only going to give supervised time to people who never gave their kid a sip of soda or glanced at their phone or nodded off, we would all not have our children with us, myself included. These are things that happen. I highly doubt that the mother or anybody else in this courtroom could stand up and say that they have never done the things that we've heard about that are concerns today. I don't think it's fair to Mr. Duffy for him to continue to be limited in his ability to have a relationship with his children because he's not 100% perfect. Again, the only way that he's going to get even better and the kids are going to have a better relationship and experience is if he continues to have more time with them. He has unsupervised time with his older children, 50% schedule. We've talked about that in the past. He has them all but one weekend of the month. Dr. Davis has previously recommended that the younger children be on the same schedule as the older children. We've heard testimony that the children enjoy their time together and that the older ones are helpful with the little ones, particularly the oldest girl. And we would really like to get to that point. The guardian ad litem in her report has recommended that it be done gradually. And I would propose to the court that the best plan going forward would be for Mr. Duffy to be able to have his supervision lifted and start with an unsupervised day, followed by an overnight, followed by getting his full weekend. And he has testified that he is, willing to, if there are concerns about the yard and the court wants him to clean that yard up and show proof and put it into the court record, he's happy to do that. He'll do that by next week if the court wants him to. Ms. Furlong Smith has indicated that she's happy to follow up and do a home visit and submit something to the court confirming that that's, ready to go and that she doesn't have any concerns. And I would ask that if those things are done, that he be able to start to have the supervision lifted and start to have expanded time without having to come back here again for another review hearing months away, because this has gone on for too long and it's going to make it harder and harder for him to have a normal relationship with the kids the longer that this goes, that they're not used to being in his home.
Thank you. Ms. Duke?
The concern is that Mr. Duffy is under a microscope right now. And he's continued to have the exact same issues he had on day one of this case. Your Honor witnessed him falling asleep on the front row of the courtroom this morning.
I think that's the first time anybody's ever fallen asleep in a courtroom.
Not at the beginning of, I would say not at the beginning of the docket, in fairness. I would say that Ms. Russell even admitted that he's still falling asleep during his visitations. He is still getting angry and scaring the kids when they're going out to eat, which was one of the major issues Your Honor witnessed on the video. He is violating a court order out of Wilson County. I don't know how we can move forward until we know he's not going to violate something like the order in this case. He's on his phone the entire visit. He's not being attentive to the children. His home is not a proper place for the children at this point in time. There are hazards in his home. There are hazards outside of his home. And I think that respectfully, opposing counsel is trying to say that the only way to prove that he can do this is to put the kids' safety at risk. I just don't agree that we're to that point yet, because he's under a microscope and he's still doing these things. Again, mom wants the children to have a father, but we need a safe place for the children.
Ms. Smith?
Let me start out with what I don't know. I didn't know the house was an issue, and I can go there. That's not a problem. And I don't know what the dot means on Facebook. I was kind of lost.
Well, that makes two of us, because I'm not on Facebook.
Maybe it's because, we didn't grow up with it. The little girls were, their mother was just very attentive. I was very impressed. She was nurturing. They were doing some drawings, and you could tell they had a really good relationship. Now, when I did observe Mr. Duffy with all 5 of his children, and I'm the mother of 4, so I understand having 4 kids at the park, but everything went well, and I was I can't think of her name, the oldest girl, but she was just a sweetheart, and she was really good with the kids, and the kids played together. Mr. Duffy did interact with, especially the 2 youngest, and the swings and everything. That's what I saw. Now, the sleep issues, that's a little concerning. I don't know. Like I said, mother of 4. But that might be something he might want to look into. And plus, cleaning up his yard. And my recommendation is, I don't know about this Wilson County order either. I didn't have the benefit.
I'll let Wilson County deal with Wilson County's order, and I'll deal with mine. So.
But I do think that after talking with Ms. Forrest Pugh and Dr. Davis, and especially Mr. Duffy's ex-wife. She was, because she noted in the beginning of their split, divorce, she had observed, she had some issues with Mr. Duffy. She told me that she had seen a great change in his behavior. The children were no longer, wanted to go to see him, whereas before they had expressed some reluctance. That was very informative, I thought. I do think that this should go on, that any kind of unsupervised should be on a gradual basis, like Sunday, hours on Sunday, and then we'll see how that goes. I don't really and not at his house till he cleans up the yard. As I understand, the yard has, all that stuff in it. But they do spend a lot of time at Miss Russell's. I gathered that from my conversation with her at the park. They go there. Miss Russell and Mr. Duffy are very close, and she's more than willing to help out. I would not recommend any overnight at this time, but limit it to visitation in the community or at Ms. Russell's. From what the providers have told me and what his ex-wife told me, but that had seen a change. Ms. Flores-Pugh didn't have any concerns with the services she provided. She felt like he incorporated those into his life, that he'd learned from them. There we are. I don't see any reason at this time to deny some type of unsupervised visit, and it starts in short periods of time. That's my position, and I'll be glad to go to the house and after he cleans it up.
This thing's been going on now for a year. We started out with concerns about Mr. Duffy's anger, the episode that was on camera about what happened at the bowling alley and him jerking one of the children up and so forth. All of those issues were of great concern to the court. That's the reason he's had supervised visitations. He has made great progress, and I believe that making great progress can't be ignored, and it should be recognized. And otherwise, if someone makes progress and no beneficial result, why would they continue to make progress? I mean, there's got to be some reward, a carrot at the end of that stick, so to speak. So it is my opinion that we need to move towards some sort of unsupervised visitation. But I shouldn't have to order you to clean up your house for minor children of this age, a 5-year-old and a almost 3-year-old, and what I see in these photographs of the backyard of your house is not acceptable, in my opinion, for children to be exposed to and have to go out inside and play. And there's a bicycle, children's bicycles right there in that photograph, right up against all of that junk that's there. And I think that's a dangerous, unacceptable condition. So, I want you to have regular visitation. I want you to have unsupervised visitation and to move in that direction. But that burden is going to have to be on you to do some things that I shouldn't have to keep telling you what to do. We shouldn't have to tell you how to bring yourself in line with what a conventional visitation schedule would be. But you married him, and you knew what he was like as a parent because he had these older children, and you have to bear some of that responsibility. So while we can compare and complain and nitpick about every little thing he does wrong, it can't always be a perfect, as Ms. Morris stated, none of us are perfect parents. And having grown up in a home where my father was quick to yell and fuss at us. I'm familiar with what it's like to be a child that your parents yell at you. And I used to tell the story about my brother and I when we lived in Wicks, Arkansas. I was probably about the age of his older children. We hid under the floor of the house to get away from my dad when he came home mad one day. That's the kind of things that last, you create those memories for your children when you do that. And I've tried, and probably in this case have told you this. When you lose your temper and you yell at your children, or you throw things, or you do things that let your temper get away from you, all you're doing is scaring your children, and you're ensuring that their memories of you as a parent are going to stay with them for the rest of their lives. And if that's what you want them to have of you, an image of you as a father, then you can keep doing it. I can't control every minute of the day that they're with you, but you need to think about how you're interacting with your children and what kind of impression you're making on them as a father and what kind of parents you want them to grow up, because it is statistically shown, and I'm not saying you're abusing your children, but the same principle applies. Children who are abused oftentimes end up being abusers themselves, because guess what? That's what they learned. And children whose parents are angry and volatile and hostile towards them when they're younger will likely grow up and be angry and hostile and volatile towards their own children, your grandchildren in the future. If that's what you want, then you've got them headed in the right direction. If that's not what you want, now is the time to change your behavior towards your children. And I believe that you've made great progress. And so for that reason, I'm going to grant you a request for unsupervised visitation. But there are going to be limitations on that. For one, I'm not going to allow you to have your unsupervised visitations at this home right now. You're going to have to exercise it at Miss Russell's home. And Miss Russell is a fine lady, and she has probably bit off more than she could chew in some respects, but she's willing to help you. And that speaks volumes about her as a person. So right now, the visitation is going to remain at 9 to 5 on Sundays. That's what it's been. But it will be unsupervised, but it will be exercised at Miss Russell's home. Now, what that means is that she doesn't have to stay in your presence every second of every day. If you want to take the kids and go, to the park, you can do that. But you're not going to do it at your home until the following things get done. Number one, I am going to order that you clean that place up. I'm going to order that you clean the backyard up, and that's going to be done within 15 days. You're going to do whatever and Miss Duffy is correct about one thing. If you have grandchildren that are active and climbing on things, or if you have children, I say grandchildren because of my own reference, but if you have children that are active at 2 or 3 years old and they're climbing on things, they don't know that it's a danger to them to climb on a stack of boxes. But a stack of boxes can fall on those children and hurt them or kill them. So we're going to get rid of the boxes. And before any overnight visitation changes and we go to that schedule of what my aim is to increase your visitation unsupervised to include overnight. But before that happens, your home's going to be inspected by the guardian ad litem. I'm going to give you 15 days to complete the cleaning and so forth of your home, to allow the guardian ad litem to come sometime after that, and that'll be done at her convenience, to come to your home. Now, Ms. Duffy, if you want to go to that home and you want to inspect it too, then Ms. Duffy's going to be allowed to come to that home at the same time and inspect it as well. As far as I'm concerned, the lawyers can go and inspect it as well. I want to make sure that there's no issues. When this inspection takes place, there will be no argument between you and Ms. Duffy, no argument between you and Ms. Smith. It will be only pure kindness and gentle dealing with each other during that visit. And Ms. Russell can be there too, just to ensure that you got somebody in your corner. You understand that? So we're going to do that after you've been given 15 days to clean this mess up. And the other thing I'm going to tell you is that before overnight visitation takes place, and before I make that final decision, I strongly urge you to have a sleep study done on yourself. It is available. Vanderbilt does them. They're available. I've had friends who have done them. And there is a disease called narcolepsy. And narcolepsy is one of those things that there's nothing, nothing shameful about it. some people just fall asleep, and that's because they can't stay awake. Well, obviously, if you fell asleep in court today, and I'm aware of that, if you had your eyes closed and were falling asleep during a Zoom call with your children, and that's, in my opinion, clearly what this photograph that was brought in shows. That's you with your head back and you're asleep. You can say you had your eyes closed, but that doesn't appear that way to me. So I'm going to recommend that you get that sleep study so you can determine if there's any kind of problems. I know that you work nights and things like that, but the fact of the matter is that it does cause concerns. With children of the age that these two children we're dealing with here, you can't afford to fall asleep and without keeping an eye on them. And if you're wanting unsupervised visitation, you need to address that issue. And the other thing that I'm going to recommend is to obtain before the overnight or before the visitation takes place in your home, I want you to engage a commercial pest control to go in and spray for brown recluse spiders and any other kind of insects. Why do I do that? I have that done at my own house. You ever seen a brown recluse spider in your house? You will never want to see one again. You will want to get rid of them. If you've ever been bitten by a brown recluse, they're a painful, awful thing, and it creates a hole in wherever you're bitten. The skin decays, the tissue decays, and you end up with a hole in your body from where that spider has bitten you. You just don't need to put these children at risk of that. So we're going to have that sprayed, and that commercial spraying will take place before we move to the next level where you're going to be visiting with the children. Exchanges will take place still at the Dixon Police Department. And at this point, the only thing I'm going to say is that if you need a caregiver during your unsupervised visitation for right now, then you're going to use Miss Russell and Miss Russell only, because she's the one who's most familiar with them. So if you can't get her to care for the children, then Miss Duffy will have the right to refuse to provide care for them. Now you're only going to have them from 9 in the morning to 5 in the afternoon. I would think you don't need to have a caregiver for that length of time, but if you do, that's what you're going to have to do. I'm going to set a review, not because I want to keep bringing you back, but I want to see how the progress is made for us to be able to move forward and move you in the direction of getting out of this court. I know the last thing you want to do is keep coming back here on. It's an expensive thing, but this is still a pending divorce, right? They have not resolved their divorce. Let's just make it 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. All right, 8-hour day, 9-hour day, actually, if you count the lunch hour. I have some small degree of flexibility. I can set a review in July on either the 18th or the 31st. Those are dates that I have still available.
I have the 18th available. Oh, wait, I'm sorry, this is July.
I'm sorry,
You said July, not June?
July 18th.
Yes, I have that available.
Will that work for you, Ms. Morris?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Then I will make that a chancery day and in Dixon County, even though I'm in Cheatham County that month. So we'll do Dixon Chancery and we'll review you on that day. Now, hopefully on that day, all of this has been cleaned up. You've gotten a sleep study, you've gotten your brown recluse problem resolved, and things are going well with your unsupervised visitation, and we can now then move to the next step. That's what I hope and anticipate. As far as the other issues about, concerns about the children, just make sure that there's not any issues that go on. He'll still have the FaceTime calls as was previously ordered, and go from there. I'm not ordering the sleep study. What I'm saying is that if he wants to go to unsupervised visitation, that would be a strong piece of evidence for the court to consider. That's up to him. I don't want to impose on him the expense and the requirement of it, but I don't give advice. But if I were to give advice, I would give advice to someone who is having this kind of issue. They get that kind of a sleep study. All right.
And Your Honor, my understanding is the same is true with respect to the pest control. It's not in order, but it is also strongly
No,
encouraged
the
by the
pest
court.
control is in order.
Is in order, okay.
I don't want the children going in there if there's a possibility that there could be brown recluse spiders. And it's not a cleanliness issue. Brown recluse basically, they come in where it's dark and, things are stacked like boxes, and that can happen. So I've had them in my home many, many years ago, and I've seen them, and I don't ever want to have them again. So. Commercial, yeah, we're not going to go to Lowe's and get a home, pest spray. We're going to have a certification from a commercial insect controlled company that they have sprayed, and that spray would include any kind of brown recluse. So. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Martha, who's drawing the order? All right. Yes. This is the Mowell case. Good. All right.
All rise.
Duffy versus Duffy then. So.
Your Honor, I would just ask if Dr. George Davis may be able to remain in the courtroom. He is the expert in this case that the court had appointed by, well, not appointed, but there had been an agreed order that.
Any objection to that? You wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, just briefly. One of our witnesses, Your Honor, has a glucose monitor, so I just am carrying it for her.
All right.
Briefly, Your Honor, this divorce action started back in the spring, and the court may recall that in May of this year, the court had entered an agreed order that my client would have supervised parenting time every weekend for 4 hours with his aunt Connie Russell doing the supervision. And he also agreed at that time back in May that he would submit to a psychological evaluation with Dr. George Davis and that he would complete an 8-session anger management class. At the time, my client really wanted to do everything that he could to address any concerns that the court may have, address any concerns that the wife may have, and really try to work towards making sure that he would be in the best position possible to have as much parenting time with his children as he could. And we had stated in that agreed order, and I have a copy here if the court would like me to pass it up,
I've looked at the file.
that we would come back in August, and we would, at that time, it was anticipated that the husband's parenting time would be increased. When we came back in August, he had in fact done everything that he was supposed to do. He did his 8-session anger management class. He submitted to his evaluation. Dr. Davis was here to testify. Dr. Davis's report did indicate, and he indicated in his testimony, that he did want Mr. Duffy to do some additional programming, an additional 12 steps of anger management geared toward parenting. He did testify at the time, however, that he thought it would be appropriate for him to have additional parenting time as long as it was supervised. His testimony was actually that he thought him having all but 1 weekend a month from Friday to Sunday, which is the schedule that he has with his older children from prior to the marriage, that would be appropriate for the younger children as long as it remained supervised, but that additional programming should take place before the supervision was lifted. The court decided at that time not to make any changes until that additional programming was completed. And so after that hearing, my client spoke with Dr. Davis and Main Street Interventions, which is the center where he had done his initial anger management and where he's also doing ongoing therapy. And Dr. Davis approved, in speaking with a woman by the name of Patty Flores Pugh at Main Street Interventions, Dr. Davis approved programming for Mr. Duffy of a 26-step domestic violence course to be completed in 12 weeks, along with a 12-step parenting course to be taken simultaneously, and that would satisfy his recommendation for the additional programming for Mr. Duffy. And Dr. Davis did have the opportunity to speak with Ms. Flores Pugh about what that programming would look like and his specific concerns for Mr. Duffy so that his programming could be tailored to address Dr. Davis's concerns. At this point, he has completed all of that programming, and Dr. Davis has met with Mr. Duffy again, and he's here today to testify that really he's satisfied the requirements and that he's in a good place to take on that additional time. At this point, it's been over 6 months that he's had only that limited supervised parenting time with the children, including through the holidays. He'd really like to have that additional time, and I think he's ready for it. And so we are asking the court if we can get to that schedule, that is the schedule for his older children, unsupervised.
Fine.
So I'd like to start by calling Dr. Davis.
Well, let's hear from Ms. Duke if she wishes to make an opening statement.
Sure.
I would love to report that things were going well, but they have not gone well. I would submit to the court that part of compliance with doing classes and doing the things that Mr. Duffy's been ordered to do is to be honest with your therapist and to follow the recommendations of the therapist. He may be following the recommendations of the therapist, but I would submit to the court that he's probably not been honest. During the pendency of this, shortly after this court ordered what they did about continuing the classes and doing the things he needed to control his anger after the episode at the arcade, Mr. Duffy was summoned into court with the mother of his other children and a restraining order put down based on the fact that he had been leaving his 10-year-old and 2 9-year-olds home alone until almost 3 a.m. during his visitation time. He was leaving them alone in order to go drive a limousine, which, you know, if he's got a job, that's fine, but he was leaving them at home alone. Kids confirmed with their mother that he was doing that, and I don't think he will deny that because now there is an order down that prevents him from leaving them home alone. He was also carrying them around until 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning in his limousine in downtown Nashville and other places, various locations, and the kids were coming home and telling their mother about that. That's poor parenting. He's not done anything in order to curb his issues with parenting. He continues to tell the children not to tell their mother things, not to tell my client things. So there are 2 mothers we're dealing with here, but I think the evidence would show today that he continues to tell them not to disclose things to the children. He's got a love interest now, which is of no mind to Miss Duffy or the other mother, other than the fact that he's having the kids around this love interest, who they don't know and he's not discussed with them. He's taken a trip to Chattanooga, which in and of itself probably would be fine. However, on the way back, the kids FaceTimed the mother, and they were on I-24 headed
Are we
back.
talking about which kids, which mother?
Miss Duffy. They were on their way back on I-24 to Dixon, and they were all out of their seatbelts on the interstate. Again, poor parenting. I think that if Mr. Duffy had been honest with his therapists and counselors and had disclosed these things, concerns about his parenting would have been raised. While it's really not the biggest issue in all of this, the kids have reported that all they eat when they're with him are fast food meals, reporting back that they had had 3 trips to McDonald's in one day. When they arrived back to when the youngest of all the children come back to Miss Duffy, they've got full diapers and have started developing diaper rashes, which she has to care for because he doesn't change them. She's had to start making efforts to change them almost immediately before she drops them off to try to curb some of those issues. It's just absolutely poor parenting. Maybe he's addressed some of his anger issues, though the kids report that he's still calling them which was an issue before, and your court directly addressed that issue in your order, and he's still doing those things. So concerns all around, Judge. I think if he were honest with his therapist, the things would be different today.
All right. You may call your first witness, Ms. Morris.
And Your Honor, if I may just say briefly that I know that Ms. Duke has implied that Mr. Duffy has not been honest about all of these issues. In fact, Dr. Davis will testify that he did speak with him all about the TRO and everything that happened with his ex-wife. All of that has been disclosed and is a part of what we're going to present today. With respect to the issues of, fast food and full diapers, he has 4 hours with the kids. I don't think it's a reflection, if he's eating fast food, of what he would do if he had a longer amount of time and then he's driving them back home. So I do hope that the court will take into consideration the circumstances that has limited his parenting time. I will go ahead and call Dr. Davis.
All right. Dr. Davis, if you'll come around, please. And I'm going to have you come over here and raise your right hand.
Could you please state your full name for the record?
George Davis.
And Dr. Davis, you have previously testified and been certified as an expert in this court? I'm just going to pass you up a document. I have copies for the court and opposing counsel. Dr. Davis, is that your CV?
It is.
And if you could just tell the court briefly about your background.
I'm a licensed attorney and a licensed psychologist. As a psychologist, I've been a psychologist since, I think, '86. I do see people as adults. I do some court-ordered reconciliation counseling or parenting counseling. I teach I've taught in the past at Vanderbilt. I teach at Trevecca as a guest lecturer every year. And I work for Social Security Disability as a psychologist also.
And your involvement in this case began back in May with the court order asking Mr. Duffy to subject himself to an evaluation with you?
I did, yes, that's when it started.
And Your Honor, I'd just like to ask to admit the CV as Exhibit 1.
Mark it as Exhibit 1.
And as part of your evaluation, who all did you meet with? And
Well, a couple people, obviously Mr. Duffy, and then Brittany Duffy also, mother. And then I had a phone call with Ashley Blair, which is Mr. Duffy's ex-wife.
did you feel that you had all of the information that you needed at the time
I
to
did.
prepare your report? And I'm going to pass up, and I believe this was an exhibit at our last hearing as well, Your Honor, but I'm going to pass up a copy of your amended report. And again, I have copies for opposing counsel in the court.
I haven't seen this yet.
Ms.
Or is
Duke,
this
it's
the
the
old
same
one?
one from
Okay.
the last time we were here.
I have seen it.
And Dr. Davis, this is your report that was submitted to the court back in August of last year.
That's correct.
And I know that you testified at length about your report the last time that we were before the court, but I just want to ask you briefly to talk about a couple of points in this report. In the section on page 4 with the conclusion and the discussion, you had said that you thought that the current restriction of supervision was warranted at that time.
That's correct.
And you said that you thought the court may wish to limit the overall time. And I believe your testimony at the last hearing was not that you meant limit it further than what he already had, but limit it as compared to a normal parenting schedule.
That's correct.
And is it correct that your testimony at the last hearing was that you thought as of August that it would have been appropriate for Mr. Duffy to have supervised visitation that was expanded to be the full weekend?
Yes, that coincided with his other children being present.
That was an important part of your recommendation,
Right.
correct? Both in your report and in your testimony?
That's correct.
And at the time, it was your understanding that Mr. Duffy is having weekends with his older children, all but one weekend of the month, running from Friday to Sunday?
That's correct.
And you thought at the time, in August, that it would be okay for the younger children to join in on those visits as long as it remained supervised?
That's correct.
And you were aware that those visits are supervised by Ms. Connie Russell?
Yes.
Now, also at the time, you made some recommendations about what it would take to lift the supervision.
I did.
And can you tell the court, remind the court a little bit about that?
Well, what I suggest is he take an anger management class for parenting from a licensed counselor, and that he should have a minimum of 12 hours of anger management. I can just say subsequent to that, I got on the phone with Ms. Florence Pugh of Main Street Interventions, and we discussed at detail what kind of program she had, and she had a 26-week, I think, domestic violence class, as well as then a 12-step parenting class. So she was going to combine the two things. I thought that fit perfectly with what he needs, and I was satisfied that that would meet the needs of the court and the situation.
And did you have a chance to talk to Ms. Flores Pugh a little bit about her qualifications?
I did.
And did you feel confident that she would be able to administer the programming in a way that would satisfy your recommendation?
I was.
And did you have a chance to talk to Ms. Flores Pugh a little bit about your concerns for Mr. Duffy specifically in this case?
Yes. Obviously, there's been allegations of anger acting out, and it looks like, some evidence that supports that. And so she thought that this would be right in line with what he needs, and I agreed with her.
Okay. And you felt confident at that time that her programming would address your specific concerns?
Yes.
What were you mostly concerned about when it came to Mr.
Well,
Duffy based on your evaluation?
I don't, he's not a mean person. He's not someone that enjoys anger. He's not someone that revels in power. He's just someone who gets caught up in the moment and acts out. And so what I wanted in any program with anger management with someone like him is to learn the basic steps of how do you de-escalate a situation? How do you go from 12 out of 1 to 12 down to an 8 or to a 6? Because sometimes anger is important as a parent. You're angry at your child not doing well. You got to express anger, but in a modulated way that makes sense and that's beneficial for the child. And so that was my biggest concern. And I can say this: I met with him twice since this evaluation, and he was able to articulate to me his strategies that he learned for how you de-escalate. And I thought he did a good job at that.
Did you have concerns specifically about his ability to parent outside of the anger issue, about judgment and that sort of thing?
Well, we discussed the issue of leaving the children alone. That came up. And
So you're referencing what Ms. Duke was talking about with the
Yes.
TRO?
Yes, and obviously he said, well, he had babysitter lined up, but the babysitter either canceled or was much later than she was supposed to be there. He didn't expect them to be left by themselves that late. And so, he just said, it's just not worth it. I want to see my kids. I'm just not going to try to work on nights that I have the kids. And that's what the parties agreed to. And they were able to, excuse me, I thought I'd turn this off. Turn it off. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. They did discuss. I lost my train of thought.
You're saying it wasn't worth working.
Oh,
He had the children.
Yeah. Thank you, Your Honor. That it just wasn't worth it for him. He really values his time with his kids. He desperately wants to get that back. So he's like, I'm just not going to work on those nights. I mean, I understand he's got a lot of financial concerns. I mean, myself, these things cost money, and he was trying to make all that right. And he has, by the way, he has paid me fully, and he doesn't owe me any money. I'm not testifying based on getting any money from him. I think he's a good person who's really trying to provide for his family and do well, but he's got to face that when you've got kids, you can't work. It's just what it is. And so he's come to that acceptance.
Do you find Mr. Duffy to be an honest and credible person?
Yeah, I mean, now he didn't tell me about this allegation about I was listening to the opening remarks of Mrs. Duff. It didn't mention the changing of diapers, out of seatbelt issue. I wasn't familiar with those. I don't know if those are valid issues or not, but for instance, when we talked through the video that the mother had presented about the arcade, he was very open about that, talked through that. I think he's generally open. I don't think he's trying to conceal anything. If he left something out, it may be by omission, but I don't see that as a substantial issue. Now, this not telling tells the kids not to tell mother. Well, you know, a lot of parents do that. Reminds me of my first day of my children being in kindergarten. We were taking them to a private school, and the teacher said, I won't believe half of what the kids say about you if you don't believe half of what the kids say about me. And I think, you know, kids can kind of build things up to be bigger than they are. And I think the better approach is for both parents to understand that not everything that the kids say is going to necessarily be true. It may be, in part. But I don't think that that's a good strategy to tell them not to tell mother. But I think generally speaking, I don't see it's some broad plan at being deceptive and trying to hurt the children or trying to deceive the mother.
And Mr. Duffy was forthcoming with you about the issue with his ex-wife leading to that TRO, which has since been dismissed.
Yes.
And in your opinion, does that issue have bearing on this case?
No, I mean, does he have some lapses of judgment or parenting styles that I would do differently? I mean, everybody does. And I think that mother and he should discuss those things. Like, I think they basically discuss what should they do about this issue. He said, I'm trying to get a babysitter. And she said, no, how about you just not drive? And he agreed with that. And you guys.
And you're referring to his ex-wife, the mother of the older children?
And they came to an agreement. I think that's what normal parenting does. And that's what they should do in situations like this, discuss these issues and come to some settlement.
And now you said that you had met with Mr. Duffy twice after
Yeah.
he completed the programming at Main Street Intervention. When was the most recent time that you met with him?
It was last week. Let me look at my calendar real quick. It was the 30th.
At this point in time, what would be your recommendation in terms of parenting time?
Well, I think he could exercise the time that he's got with his other kids, with the kids from his current marriage.
His prior marriage?
Yeah.
You're aware that he is asking the court today to please have every weekend but the last weekend of the month, from Friday to Sunday, which is the schedule that he has with those older children. He's asking the court to please have the younger two children at the same time for that full period.
I understand that.
And do you believe that that's appropriate?
Yes, I don't know enough about mom's schedule, whether that's appropriate for the court's purposes, but I think could Mr. Duffy manage that? Yes.
And it was probably a bad question. I just meant in terms of Mr. Duffy's ability to parent
Right.
and the progress that he's made.
Yes, I have no concerns.
And do you feel that it would be appropriate for that time to be unsupervised at this point?
Yeah, I think he's got basically older kids that in essence are some level of supervision. They're really not supervisors, but I think he could do it unsupervised.
Is there anything else that you think that the court should know?
No.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions for Dr. Davis.
Dr. Davis, I'm
Hi.
Hillary Duke. We've met once before via video, but you've not called my office or discussed any of the issues that Ms. Duffy was still having with Mr. Duffy, correct? Okay. So what I'm going to ask you to do is to be objective and us go through a few issues that she's had today and then make an objective finding, if you
Okay.
don't mind. I think the court probably respects your opinion, but obviously we've still got some concerns. So when we talk about hiding things from other parents or from the other parent, naturally a child may blow something up, but when a parent specifically tells a child, and we need to delete these texts, don't
Turn your microphone on the table, though. If you're gonna object, just turn, there's a microphone, you have to touch the base.
I apologize. We don't have any evidence in the record of this
This
conversation.
is an expert witness, is he not?
He is, but
And then you can ask a hypothetical question of an expert witness without any prefatory evidence, so overrule any objection.
Regarding the working late and giving you just a little bit of background on that. When he specifically tells, or a person specifically tells a child, and we need to delete these texts, don't want your mom to know. Is that appropriate parenting behavior?
No.
Okay. Now, what was the date of your meetings with Mr. Duffy? I know you said 12:30 was one date. What was the other date?
11/21.
11/21. Is there a reason, we were going backwards. We were in court in August. Is there a reason why you waited till November to meet with him again?
Well, I'm not his therapist. I want to just get an update about how he was right at the end of his anger management classes, and I wanted to find out how that went and kind of what he learned from that. And so that was the purpose of that meeting. And the last one was just to kind of check in with him, see if anything's changed. I knew court was coming up. I wanted to understand if there were any new issues that I wasn't aware of.
Okay. And did he disclose to you that he had told the child to delete text messages?
No.
Okay. Did you ask about that?
No, I didn't.
For the record, we're talking about his older children in those
Yes.
text messages, because these kids are 2 and 4, and those kids are 9 and 10, is that correct?
There are 2 9-year-olds and then a 10-year-old,
Okay,
yes.
2 9-year-olds, so he had 3 children.
Yes, Your Honor. Are you aware, it would have been his 12:30 appointment. So at the 11:21 appointment, you went over how things were going with him.
Yes.
Okay. Some 4 days later, did you get a phone call or get any information about him going to Franklin with a pistol in order to confront someone who had stolen a client of his cell phone?
No.
Were you aware that his children were present?
No.
Is that the impulsive behavior that he's kind of had throughout this case?
Well, I'd like to hear more about the incident and
Okay. So when he testifies, or Miss Duffy testifies about it, if those facts play out, that was in fact what happened, would that give you pause regarding your recommendations with this court?
again, I'd like to know more, like, is he carrying a gun in his pocket like he normally does, and he just was there, or did he brandish the weapon? I mean, I'd like to know more facts about it. I don't think having a gun in your possession, which is constitutional right, is necessarily a bad parenting. I think brandishing a gun in a conflicted situation with a stranger would not be appropriate. So,
Okay. How about just, let's say the gun doesn't even come into play, confronting someone about a stolen cell phone when your children are with you? Specifically driving out to Franklin to confront someone with your children with you.
I don't know. I don't think it's necessarily, I mean, we have to deal with society, and if someone's stolen something from you, you want to confront that. Just the fact that your kids are in the presence. I mean, I could argue that helps train them a little bit on how to deal with conflict, as long as he was appropriate and didn't create a scene. You don't have, you're giving me some bare facts and making it sound terrible. It may have been terrible. I just don't know if it was.
Okay, but would you have concerns for your own children if they were put in a scenario like that of enforcing the laws in the state of Tennessee when we've got police and sheriff's agencies to take care of those things?
Yeah, but we can't go to police for everything. If someone's stolen a cell phone of mine or of a friend of mine, and I wanted to confront them, say, hey, you've got someone's cell phone, can you give it back?
Well, it wasn't his cell phone, it was a client's cell phone.
Okay, or a client's cell phone. I mean,
What in your mind makes that acceptable?
because those kind of conflicts exist in society, and if anything, having kids see you handle conflict in a reasonable way is an important skill that they need to understand.
But it's taking away from his parenting time, is that correct?
Would be considered part of his parent. I mean, I think it's not necessarily, again, I don't know if this took place for hours, if it took place for just a few moments. He was on the way driving, he stopped to talk to this person. There's a lot of details here that kind of set this situation up to either be a terrible situation or a normal and actually enhancing situation for the kids. I mean,
But you never know if someone's going to be brandishing a weapon. You don't know. I mean, what in your mind justifies this if this isn't even Mr. Duffy's phone?
okay.
Why in your mind is it okay for him to insert himself in this situation on a date and time when he has his children?
You said it was his client's phone?
Yes.
Okay. So he's got an interest in obviously keeping his clients, possessions while I assume this is a limo client? Is that?
Yes, 4 days after you met with him.
Okay. So he's got a client limo, a client from his limo business that obviously left their phone. I'm trying to understand the scenario. Left their phone in the car, someone else has got it. He goes out there and says, "Hey, you've got my client's phone. Can you return it?"
Well, let's just take it one step further. He came to you on the 30th of December. This happened 4 days after he met with you on the 21st of November. And then on the 30th of December, he didn't disclose to you that he had done these things with his children, did he?
But that doesn't necessarily, I don't think it's an issue.
Well, it would be an issue if he's discussing progress with you, right?
Yeah, but I didn't hear anything necessarily that was a problem. So
So do the kids have to be injured before you think that there's a problem
No,
with this?
absolutely not. But again, I think not knowing the situation, I'd certainly want to hear from Mr. Duffy. What you're raising this issue up. No one from your firm called me to let me know about this.
I frankly didn't know he had met with you again because you didn't call my office to discuss any of
Okay.
the issues she was having.
So
Is that fair?
yeah, that's fair.
Okay.
But I mean, either way, we knew this hearing was coming, and we knew. I guess I don't know if you knew I was coming today to the hearing, but didn't. I feel like the situation is too vague in my mind to really understand whether it's significant or not.
The parenting class that he's enrolled in, how intensive is that?
It's a 12-step parenting class that he did. Yes.
Okay. It's usually a court-ordered parenting class, is that correct?
Yeah.
And what would your position be if he, as a parent, hired someone he met at the parenting class to babysit his children?
I don't know. I'd have to know more about the situation and why they were there. It sounds
Sounds suspect, doesn't it?
suspect. I was looking for the right word. That's the right word. I was looking,
Okay.
It sounds suspect, but I don't know.
And you heard about the interstate incident that happened after our hearing and after.
Yeah, I'd like to hear more about
Okay.
that because I just don't.
So if the mother, and had we spoken to you, we would have disclosed these things. If the mother observed her children climbing all over the car in a moving car and said something.
Another mother, not
No, this mother.
this mother.
Duffy,
She
yes.
was following him and observed it.
No, she's on FaceTime,
She's on FaceTime,
yes. And his older children are.
moving around unrestrained.
Yes, unrestrained. And older children report that this is not an isolated incident.
Okay.
That give you cause for
Yes.
concern about his ability to
I mean,
parent.
kids need to be in car seats. We know that.
And you said earlier his issue specifically is that he gets caught up in the moment and can't undo it when he's caught up in the moment. That's what you had been practicing with him or had him practicing with Miss Patty Flores, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And as of November the 25th, how far along in that process was he? Do you know?
He had one more session.
Okay. So he had almost completed all of his sessions when he took off with his children to go collect a stolen cell phone. Is that correct?
Which date was the cell phone? Was it after that?
Yes.
Okay.
The 25th.
Sounds like it.
Judge, may I have just a moment?
You may.
Judge, that's all.
Redirect.
And Dr. Davis, just to be clear, those were hypothetical questions that Ms. Duke was answering. You've not received any information that, any actual evidence from anybody in this case that Mr. Duffy confronted someone with children in the car
That's
on or
correct.
around November 25th. So you have no actual facts about what may or may not have happened.
That's correct.
Would you feel more comfortable testifying about that after hearing some of the testimony?
Sure.
Okay. And likewise, you have no actual information or evidence from anybody involved in this case that the children were unbuckled in a car seat at any point in time?
That's
Is that correct? Or about hiring someone to babysit the children that was met in a parenting class? Did you have any information about that?
Nothing. No information.
Or any information about fast food consumption during parenting?
No.
Or diapers changing and
Right.
rashes? Okay. Thank you. I have no other questions.
No other questions?
Dr. Davis, let me ask you a few questions.
Yeah.
I've reviewed your letter, or your amended report, and on the last page of that amended report, I relied to a great deal, I think, on the prior hearing on some of your recommendations. And I want to go over those with you. In the very last, next to the last paragraph of that report, you stated that the testing supported the mother and ex-wife's description of a person who acts out in anger in inappropriate ways. He is likely too easily angered and believes he is morally justified to met out punishment. He has very little appreciation of his problems. I would agree with the decision of the court that a prohibition against corporal punishment by Mr. Duffy is appropriate. Court may wish to limit his overall time with the minor children and recommend that any visitation occur when all of the children are present so there are more eyes on his behavior. That is, it is better for his children with Mrs. Duffy to visit with him and his other children when his other children are present. Again, a recommendation of more limited parenting time is offered. I think the current restriction of supervised visitation is warranted. It should be stated that Mr. Duffy's anger is not sadistic in nature. He doesn't enjoy being angry. Rather, he believes, likely wrongly, that he is justified in being angry and is partly driven by inner dynamics that misinterpret interpersonal conflicts. You go on to say he needs to take an anger management for parents class from a licensed professional that goes out to talk about what kind, and then perhaps he can apply to the court for unsupervised time. Should have a minimum of 12 hours of anger management. Now, going back to that first paragraph that I read, tell me what you find today that is different than the situation that existed when you made those recommendations.
Well, I think part of the domestic violence training and his insight, when I spoke to him, he was able to articulate ways to de-escalate and realize that not all anger that you feel is valid. Sometimes you have anger that feels very valid, but then in retrospect, if you can get a little distance from it, you realize, well, it's not as bad as I thought it was. And so he's able to do that, step back from situations and not act so with such intensity and such, so fast with anger, and get a little distance and be able to reevaluate. So my statements earlier were that he sees that he's wronged or believes that he's been wronged, and he reacts, and it's too impulsive and too fast, and then therefore too intense, and now he's able to step back from it a little bit.
And you base that upon his statements to you?
And the actual, yes, his statements, his way of articulating anger, the anger management tools that he learned, as well as the fact that he's taken those classes, which is that's what the focus of that is.
And I know you have a law degree and you practice law, and I know that you're a psychiatrist as well, or psychologist or psychiatrist?
Psychologist, yeah.
I'm sorry. Psychologist. And it brings to mind, no offense intended, but it's like, to my mind, one or the other, but not both. It would seem to me to be a difficult life to have both of those, professions. Do you understand the burden that this court carries in trying to ensure that a parent has time with the children, but also protecting the children against a parent who is neglectful or that causes some harm to the children?
Oh, that's,
And do
yes.
you understand that when I hear a story, which I have not heard the actual evidence
Right.
of a man who takes two children with him to go and confront someone over a supposedly stolen cell phone and carries a weapon with him, where do you live?
Pardon?
Where do you live?
I live in Brentwood.
Brentwood, all right.
Yeah.
Do you watch the morning news in Nashville?
Oh, yeah.
And how many mornings this week have you heard where there was not a shooting that occurred?
I know.
None. Every morning in Nashville now we have a. So it causes me serious concern if in fact that occurred, whether it was the older children or the younger children, that a man would take his children and go into a situation like that as potential for conflict or violence. And that's what I'm concerned about is I want him to have a normal relationship with his children.
Yeah.
I have tried to put into place those things that he should do to try to accomplish that. My concern is that every step forward seems to be met by two steps backwards when we see these kinds of things happening, when I hear this. So while I want him to have this time with the children, my main concern is the safety and well-being of the children. I don't care about what her rights are or his rights are. I only care about the best interest of the children, trying to give them a life with both parents in it. So, but I neither do I want to go home at night and have to think about a situation where I've put children into a situation where they are harmed. I've sentenced a woman over in Dixon, and I'm preaching a little bit, but
Okay,
I've
that's fine.
sentenced a woman to life in prison in Cheatham County, who was the girlfriend of a man who was the father of a young boy. And it turned out that she was taking that child to work with her, and she was physically abusing that child. And he was both starved and beaten to death over a course of some 6 months by the boyfriend or the girlfriend of the father. Situations like that happen. And that's what causes me concern when I hear that a babysitter that's being selected, I'm not saying it's true, but I'm going to hear whether or not it's true, that a babysitter that he selected for these children that are 2 and 4 happens to be someone he met at a parenting class who has issues of their own. I respect your opinions and your professional, but you understand that sometimes your opinion is based on less than all of the facts. And I think that's what Ms. Duke is pointing out. But if you have any other recommendations other than the fact that he went to this parenting class and the anger management class, and that as a result of that, now he's free to have unsupervised visitation, or do you think he should continue to have supervised visitation?
Well, again, I'd like to hear the details of this case. I
So
mean,
would I.
I'm a gun carrying person. I mean, it'd be not, my son's a police officer. I believe in the right to carry arms. And so I don't know whether he happened to have something in his pocket and just talking to the person and it's.
Well, you're preaching to the choir. I've had a gun since I was 16 years
Right.
old, but that is not the point. The point is whether you use that gun in a way that places your child or children in a potentially
Exactly.
violent situation.
And that's what we don't know. And that's what I was trying to convey to Ms. Duke.
If that were to be the case, would you agree that was not that would be in fact a very regrettable situation?
Yes, I would agree.
All right. Anything for this witness after what I've asked? Thank you. You can step down, have a seat in the courtroom if you'd like, and you can remain as a witness if it's need to be called. So you may call your next witness. Mr. Duffy, if you'll come around, please.
Please state your full name for the court, please.
Daryl Allen Duffy.
Mr. Duffy, we're here today on your motion to ask for additional time with your children. Is that right?
That's correct.
Can you tell the court a little bit about why you'd like to have additional time with your children?
I miss having time with them. 2 phone calls a week with a buffer of an hour, and and 4 hours of actual visitation time with drive time to go somewhere, it limits the time that I get to spend with my children when they tell me that you don't love me. They're 4. They're being told that.
I'm
'Cause I
gonna
get to see-
object, Your Honor.
I get to see them 4 hours and
We
they're
have an
telling me.
objection, just a second.
I'm gonna object to that. It's not proper, and there's been no foundation laid, but it's for,
You're objecting to the statements he's repeating of the children saying
yeah,
that he
as
doesn't love them.
hearsay.
I'm going to overrule it. I think it basically is reflecting of the situation as he sees it and his lack of time with the children. I'm not accepting that as true. I'm allowing it to be introduced solely to show the emotional situation that's going on. So.
Okay.
But the time that we do have together is fun. You know, we go bowling, we go out to eat Mexican or Charlie's or somewhere close by, because I don't have really time to drive them back to Nashville and spend time with them there, though I've had to do that a couple of times.
Mr. Duffy, can you tell the court about your schedule with your older children?
I have 50-50. It's the first 3 weekends of the month. The last full weekend of the month is with mom. I have every school break, so spring break, fall break, and all summer long minus 10 days. In fact, mom has actually requested that I pick the kids up a day early this coming week due to the inclement weather that's coming through, due to the fact that schools will probably be closed on Friday, so I will pick them up on Thursdays instead of Friday this week.
And what is the relationship like between the older children and the younger children?
Between,
Your older 3 and the little 2?
they love them. They want to spend time with them, and they hate the fact that they can't even be on the phone calls.
Because they don't get to participate through the week, so they only see them for the 4 hours.
I'm gonna object to the
Correct.
meeting.
I was
So-
just trying to
Let it go.
clarify. I apologize.
Staying, don't leave the witness.
Mr. Duffy, since we haven't been in court last, can you tell the court a little bit about the classes that you've taken?
So the parenting class and the anger management, or the domestic violence class, have been very intuitive. I've learned that it's okay to be angry. You just have to, or I should say, I have to limit how it progresses. So if I give myself the time and think it through, then I can make it, is this an actual issue or is it not? Do I need to reprimand? Do I need to have a talk with them? And so forth. There's no corporal punishment in the house. I still do get loud. But when you have a 9-year-old telling his sister that she's an F and B, that's not coming from me. When you have another 9-year-old using the N-word consistently, not at my house, but I've heard him a couple times say it, there's only so much I can do. I can't say, all I can say at this point is, don't say that.
Mr. Duffy, when we were in court last, the court watched a video of an incident that took place at that bowling alley arcade. And do you recall having a conversation with Judge Wolf about what happened with your son there?
Yes.
How do you see that incident, and how do you see the incidents that have happened subsequent since you've been in this anger management and parenting class? Can you talk to the court a little bit about that?
So I see that I didn't necessarily overreact. I just acted too quickly. It was a high adrenaline issue when you have a child missing for 30, 45 seconds. As with any parent, would be frantic, and emotions were high. Now I'm being more vigilant, keeping track of all the kids together, not stepping away to play a game. So it's a lot different. It's a different aspect of what I'm seeing in myself.
You testified last time, Mr. Duffy, that one of your 9-year-olds has ADHD. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is that the most challenging of the children for you?
Yes.
Can Can you talk at all about your relationship with that child since, over the past few months, since you've been doing this additional programming?
It's getting a lot better as long as we can stay, as long as both of us can stay calm. There's been some incidences where he's just gone completely off the handle, and I've even had to step away, step in another room. You know, when a 9-year-old balls up his fist and he comes at you, I won't take that. I'll just have to step away. But this is part of, you know, the things that he's going to have to deal with in life. He's going to have to address these issues, and you know, he is seeing a therapist already. I don't know the full outcome of what the therapist is saying with him at this time.
Do you feel that your relationship has improved with him?
Quite a bit.
What about with the other children?
Ella's great. She's, you know, she's pretty much the easiest of the three. Jackson's getting a little more on the hot-headed side, always wanting to fight his brother. But, you know, me and him have a decent relationship. He likes to build stuff, so, you know, he gets Lego sets, or he'll help me work on a car.
I want to talk through some of the specific allegations that came up from the other side. First, I want to talk about the situation with the temporary restraining order that was dissolved with your ex-wife. Can you tell the court about what happened?
I moonlight as a limousine driver to subside some of the expenses that I've accrued over the last 10 months. So there was a time in period where one night a week while the kids were with me, I would leave them at home from about 12 to 2, 12 to 3. I would go drive. My daughter.
Mr. Duffy, just to clarify, were you talking, when you said the kids with you, are you talking about all 5 or just the older 3?
Just the older 3. They're the only ones that have overnights.
Go ahead.
My daughter had a cell phone. She had full access to me, and I was typically within 15, 20 minutes of the house at pretty much any given time. I would leave after they went to sleep. I would be home before they woke up. Me and Mom made an agreement that as long as there was a sitter there, that I could still continue to drive. And then 3 weeks later, she changed that and filed the TRO.
She changed her mind about what exactly?
Having the sitter there.
Okay. Tell us more about that.
She just wanted it to where I didn't drive at all, like period. You know, I hired an attorney at that time out of Wilson County, and we came to an agreement that what I had offered her in the first place is that if the children are with me, I will not drive for business.
And was the TRO dissolved?
It was.
Mr. Duffy, is this the order of the court dissolving that temporary restraining order?
That is correct.
And does it contain that agreement that is now an order of the court that you will not drive the limousine while you have the children, the older children with you?
Not for business or business adjacent purposes only.
And at this point in time, you have the full schedule you described before, back with the older children?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to mark that as exhibit, I believe, 2.
Any objection?
No objection to it.
Exhibit 2?
And are you on good terms at this point with your older children's mother after that agreed order has gone into effect?
As far as I know, yes.
Mr. Duffy, have you ever left your younger 2 children alone?
Only when the one ran away at the bowling alley.
Okay. Would you
Sorry,
ever?
repeat that.
Only when the one ran away at the bowling alley when I wasn't paying attention. Just that one time.
Would you ever leave them alone?
No.
Would you ever leave them in the care of the older children?
No.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about the allegation that you had hired a babysitter from the parenting class.
Correct.
Can you tell the court about that?
Yes, I hired someone, and not only did they babysit, but they also did some household organization. They were in a tough spot, needed some cash, and they were available.
And what is this person's name?
Her name is Nikki.
Nikki, and her last name?
Nikki S.
Est?
S.
S. Can you tell the court exactly how you came to know Nikki?
Nikki was in the parenting class with me.
Okay. And did you become friendly with her?
Friendly in what terms?
I don't mean to imply romantic. I'm just asking if you became friends.
Yes, just friends.
What do you know about her?
That she is married. She has 2 children that she's working with through the court systems right now herself.
And how many times did she babysit for you?
Including this past week, 5 maybe.
And for approximately how long?
The first couple of times were a couple of hours, and the past weeks have been 4 or 5 hours each.
And did she babysit for just the older children?
Correct.
And do you have any concerns?
No.
Do you have any concerns about the fact that, like, as you said, she's working through the court system with her own children?
No, that's her business.
Okay. Do you know anything about that?
Vaguely.
Okay. Can you tell the court what you know?
That she has 2 children. One is a female, one's male. The female is being held by dad and dad's parents, and that's it.
And she has custody of her son?
She does not.
Where is he?
Custody of the son is with, I believe, the paternal parents, I believe. I'm not 100% sure where son is.
Okay. And did you speak to her about how she would handle your children and about their needs before hiring her to babysit?
Yes, I've actually been there while she was watching them.
Do you have concerns about the fact that her children are not in her care?
No.
Okay. Did you give your children any instructions when you had them left in her care?
Yes, that if any of them needed me, they can call.
What is your usual sort of process if you're going to have a babysitter?
For the most part, I know in advance, and I only bring in a third party if my aunt is not available.
Okay. And what is your process in terms of deciding who you would want to hire as a babysitter?
1 is availability, but 2, as long as I know the person. It's not like I knew her for a week and brought her in. That wasn't the case.
Okay.
So I'd known her for a few months before.
And what about her made you feel that she would be a good choice?
She's young. She can interact with the kids. Sometimes when you get people and you're looking to hire, it's not always interviews and immediate hire. You do have to go through a process to know somebody. It's like, I'm not going to hire somebody I don't know right off the street.
So you feel like you want to make sure you can trust that person?
Correct.
Okay. And you felt that Nikki was somebody that you felt was trustworthy?
Correct.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about the incident that Ms. Duke brought up and ask you. Was there an incident in November of 2024 where you had to confront someone about a cell phone wallet that was taken from a client of yours?
Yes, but it was not taken.
Why don't you go ahead and tell the court?
So in November of 2024, I had a client reach out to me asking if I was in the Franklin area.
Was this a client from your limo driving?
That's correct.
Okay.
Subsequently, prior to that call, that client, I was unavailable to take that client home, and that client took a cab. That cab, they left a phone and a wallet in there. They gave me the ping address to a Franklin home where the item was. I did have my older kids at that time. I did go to that home to ask, is there a phone here? Is there a wallet here? I didn't know about the wallet until I got there.
Okay.
I only knew about a phone. The house where it pinged, the gentleman answered the door. I explained the situation, His wife came to the door and said, our next door neighbor is a taxi cab driver. So I went next door, I asked him, I said, do you have a phone? And he was like, yes, I have a phone. It's like, that's a previous client of mine. They're on their way here now. Can I get that and I can meet them? And he was like, here you go. He tried to extort $30 from me. It started at $200 and it came down to $30. I still didn't pay it.
Okay.
And I got the phone and he also handed me a wallet, which also went to that client. And the only reason why I reached out for these clients, one, to keep them happy, but two, they're also from Canada. So they're not 100% local.
Okay, and this is a client that you know well, a repeat client?
During the previous weekend, they rode with me approximately 6 times.
Okay. When you went to get the phone, were you angry?
No,
Did
I was
you-
just going to help a client out.
Did you argue with the person?
No.
That you, at either, you know, it sounds like you rang 2 different bells, the first address and then the neighbor. Did you argue with either of those people?
No,
What, if anything, did you tell the children about the situation?
that we were going to get a phone for a client.
And you have, how far out of your way did you have to go to do that?
20 minutes, 25 minutes?
Did you have a gun on you at the time?
No,
Did anybody have a gun? Was there a gun brandished at all in that altercation?
not that I'm aware of, not that I saw.
Did either of the people, I think actually there were 3 people that you spoke to. There was the gentleman and his wife at the first house.
Correct.
And the taxi driver at the neighbor's house. Was there anybody else that you spoke to in that interaction?
During that specific interaction, no, but as we were leaving the subdivision, the family that lives across the street had a little boy that wanted to see the inside of the car. So I stopped and I said, hey, my kids are in the back, so if you want to take a look, that's fine.
Because it was you were driving the limo.
That's correct.
And any of those people that you interacted with, did any of them get angry or yell at you?
No.
And what, if anything, did you tell the children?
I told them, I said, we're just here to get a phone for a client.
Okay. Were they upset?
The kids?
Yeah. When Ms. Duke characterized this confrontational incident, is there truth to that allegation? Was this a confrontational incident that could have escalated in front of your children?
I'm sure it could have, but I don't know how it would have.
Okay. And how would you have handled it if it had become an aggressive, somebody had become aggressive with you during that time?
Just would have walked away.
Okay. Ms. Duke mentioned that you have fed fast food to the children during your parenting time.
Sure.
Can you tell the court about that?
During the baby's parenting time, I have limited time, so fast food is quick. That's why they call it fast food.
If you had the children, because you're referring to the 4 hours that you have your younger children, do you usually have one meal with them?
We try to.
Would you ever have more than one meal with them during that 4-hour period? So most of the time during that 4 hours, you will go and grab a fast food. Can you give us some
Fast food or-
examples of what you would eat with them when you have them?
The girls typically do chicken nuggets and fries, but, if we go to the bowling alley, we'll order stuff there for them, or we went to Mexican that's the past weekend. We've gone to Old Charlie's, we've gone to Applebee's. It's stuff that's local in the area. That we
And you're
go to.
generally out and about with them during your 4 hours.
Correct.
It sounds like you don't have a lot of time to go back to your home with the exchange, I think you said earlier.
No, with a 4-hour time and an hour drive in and then an hour drive back to meet at 4 o'clock is very limited to take them home.
If you had the children for the full weekend from Friday to Monday, would you eat fast food the same way, or how would you feed them?
No. My older kids, I cook white truffle burgers, pork chops, chicken, air fried cheese sticks, and pretty much air fry anything, but I'll use the stove and the oven.
What do you usually have for breakfast?
I typically don't, but they'll have
Forgive me, the
muffins.
kids. What do you usually serve the kids for
They'll
breakfast?
typically do muffins or cereal.
Okay. Ms. Duke also talked about an incident where she claimed that you had children unbuckled while driving.
So, not that I was aware that they were unbuckled while driving. There was an incident where we were stopped on I-24 on the way back from Chattanooga in dead stop traffic. It was late at night, and we were on the way back from visiting the aquarium.
That was the trip from Chattanooga that Ms. Duke was referring
Correct. We were on the way back to Nashville.
to. And they FaceTimed with their mom?
They were FaceTiming with the babies.
Okay.
It was during that, it was I believe it was a baby visit.
So
if I'm
you
not
were with the
mistaken.
older children and they were FaceTiming with your wife, Miss Duffy, and the little children?
Just the babies.
Okay. And so you said that you were stopped in traffic?
There was a massive accident around exit 81, and it was backed up for miles.
So you allowed them to unbuckle their seatbelts and get on the phone? When the traffic started moving, did you require them to buckle back up again?
Yeah, I always tell them to buckle in. One of my sons always wants to be unbuckled, but we tell him you have to be in a buckle.
Does he unbuckle himself while you're driving ever?
Sometimes.
And what do you do?
Tell him to get buckled back up. We have to go.
Okay. Do you ever have to pull over?
I've only pulled over twice. For the most part, he's good about putting his buckle back on.
Back on when you tell him, but he does unbuckle himself?
Yeah.
Okay. When you have the little ones, are they in car seats?
Yeah. 5-point harness.
Would you ever drive with them unbuckled?
No.
Have you ever driven with them unbuckled?
Only during like a light show, like a Christmas light show.
Oh, okay. Okay. When everybody's going at a low speed?
Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Duke also spoke a little bit about some issues with diapering. Have there been any issues with diaper rash or with?
Not that I have been addressed with, but every time I typically, with the exception of maybe once, I've always changed them. I keep a diaper bag, wipes, and diapers in the car at all times.
How old are they again? Remind us.
4, just turned 4 yesterday, and 2.5.
Is the 4-year-old potty trained or potty training?
Potty training, as far as I know, at least that's what she says.
And when she comes to you, is she in a pull-up?
No, she's in a diaper.
She's in a diaper. Okay. And does she tell you when she has to use the bathroom?
No,
Okay. Do you ask her if she has to use the bathroom?
I do.
Okay. And does she tell you if she has gone and her diaper needs to be changed?
No, but I do ask, and I'm sure she would say, I've gone,
Okay.
or I need to go.
And you
But-
typically do change her during that 4-hour visit?
Correct. Typically right before they go back.
Have you discussed with your wife how to deal with the potty training and be on the same page?
No, Miss Duffy has not spoken but maybe 10 words, maybe 15 words the entire time since this has been going on.
Okay. Are you concerned about the potty training?
Being the fact that they're not with me other than 4 hours, no, not at this time, but once they are with me and I actually have access to them to help them, then I don't think there would be a concern. I already have a training potty at the house.
Okay. And you went through this process with your older children?
Correct.
What about the 2.5-year-old? Where is she? Is she starting to potty train as well? or-
I'm assuming that yes.
Okay.
I would not be 100% certain on that.
Does she articulate if she needs to use the bathroom or if she needs her diaper changed?
Not directly to me in the 4-hour time period.
Do you generally just check?
Correct.
And you generally said you do generally
I'm
change her
gonna
diaper?
object to the leading again.
Stay, don't lead the witness.
Do you generally change her diaper during the 4 hours?
Yes, I typically change both of them right before they go back.
Okay. Do you think that there may have been an issue while they were with you?
Not that I was aware of.
Is there anything else that you would like the court to know about your time with the children?
Yeah, I want to have more time with them. I want to be able to interact and have that relationship. The relationship was stripped away so fast that it was kind of a blindsided move when in all of this. You know, are there things I have to work on? Yes. Are there things that other people have to work on? Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Duffy.
Duke, you may cross-examine.
Spell for me Nikki's last name, please.
No, ma'am, I cannot.
What is her last name?
I cannot give that information
Why can you not give that information?
because it's not my information to give.
Well, it is. She's watching your children, sir.
Well, let me abuse you of the notion that you don't get to answer a question, don't have to answer a question. You're asking me to give you time with these children, more time than you have, but you're also asking me to trust the fact that you use someone as a babysitter that you have confidence in, but you're not willing to give the name of that person fully for Ms. Duke and her client or for this court to have any consideration about that particular individual, who we now know is someone that you met in a parenting class. So I'm going to tell you that you're going to answer that question, or we'll just stop it right here and you can go on about your business, and I'm not going to give you any consideration. So
Sure.
it's up to you. You can.
Her
you
last
can
name is
answer the question.
Shumate, Shumate.
And what has she done to have to take the anger management classes?
I could not articulate on that.
Okay, would that not be important if you're leaving your children with her?
That's her business. I could not attest to everything that's going on with her.
Okay, I understand
that.
it's her business, I understand that, but it's also your business when you're leaving your children with her, wouldn't it be?
Yes.
Okay, so you're before this court and telling this court that you don't know why she was in anger management classes.
She was not in anger management class.
Okay, do you know why she lost custody of her two children?
He was in parenting class.
Parenting classes.
The father has issues with her.
Okay, what are those issues that the father has with her?
The father thinks that she tried to kill her child.
Okay, and the court has removed custody on that basis, is that correct?
Just on verbal basis, yes.
Just on verbal basis, but the court has a concern enough to remove custody.
As of right now, yes.
Okay, did
Let me
you,
make sure I'm understanding. Did you say that the father of her children thinks that she tried to kill the child?
He made a false allegation
I
and the
understand, but
court
that's what
believed
you
it.
said, right?
Correct.
and you've had this woman as recently as last week supervise your older children?
Correct.
Do you think that's a good parenting choice?
For the time, yes, I do trust her.
Okay. Do you have an intimate relationship with her?
No,
How old is she, sir?
20.
Okay. Did you provide her information to the mother of your older children?
I did give her her name and a cell phone number for her
Okay, when did you do that, sir?
2 weeks ago.
Is Miss Shoemate living in Dixon?
No,
Okay, is her case going on in Dixon?
no.
Where is Miss Shoemate's case going on?
Fairview, I believe.
Okay. She have any drug or alcohol issues?
No,
Okay. Did she recently have to get stitches in her hand when she punched some glass?
yes.
Okay. Why'd she punch glass and have to have stitches in her hand, sir?
Because her friend had made a statement that he was going to commit suicide, so she busted a window to get into his house.
She wasn't angry when she did that?
No,
Okay. So is she hanging out with people that have mental illness, disability issues?
and it's somebody that she's been a friend with for multiple years.
Okay.
She doesn't hang out with him regularly.
Is it somebody that she's had around her children?
No,
Sir, how do you know she's not had him around your children?
because I would have known.
Okay, how would you know if you're not there?
The kids would have told me.
Your kids are pretty honest and straightforward, telling their mother and you the things that go on in the other's house, is that right?
Sometimes.
Okay. Do you recall your older daughter texting you to check on you when you were leaving her at home alone?
I do.
Okay. Do you recall her in around October the 18th, Friday, October the 18th, texting and saying, "Night, love you. Did you leave yet? If you did, you're so fast. Get home safe and don't be out till 3 tonight." Do you recall her sending you a text like that?
Yes.
Do you recall telling her, "I just pulled out and we need to delete these texts. Don't want your mom to know"?
I probably did.
Okay. In your mind, looking back on that, when you're under the scrutiny of this court already for your parental issues, do you think that that was a wise decision to send a text like that?
Probably not the best course of judgment.
Okay. Judge, if I may have it.
You may.
I don't see my number anywhere on there. All I see is Mama Bear, which refers to my ex-wife and her daughter.
Sir, it's a screenshot, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and do you recall sending those text messages with your daughter?
Yes, I guess, since it's on here.
Do you recall whether it was on October the 18th?
That I don't recall what date it was. If that was a Friday, then probably.
You were driving your limo and staying out until 3 a.m.
Not my limousine, and I was probably out until 2.
Judge, I'd submit that as the second mark.
Be marked as Exhibit 3, actually.
Oh, 3, I'm sorry.
Send that to the bailiff, please.
And the only part of that that's important is the screenshot, Judge. Since we were in court the last time, you've called you've called your older children.
No.
Okay. So you've already agreed with me that your children pretty much say what goes on in one home versus the other. Is that right?
For the most part.
Have any reason how you can explain why your kids are saying that you're saying these things?
That I cannot attest to, as I'm sitting in my living room and they're calling each other those names, not me calling them those names.
Okay. But you can agree with me, sir, that the history of this case shows that you're the one that they're learning these names from. Is that correct?
No.
Okay. Now, you mentioned earlier that the only reason you want one of the reasons you want the court to increase your visitation is because you want to see them more. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But you've missed 7 FaceTime calls. Is that correct?
I couldn't attest to 7
Okay.
that I'm aware of. A few, yes.
But you see what I'm saying there. If you're wanting to see them more, why are you not exercising the time that you've got?
Because I've been limited to an hour window and things come up.
Okay, like what?
Being stuck under a vehicle.
Why were you stuck under a vehicle?
I was working on. My phone was not nearby, so the alarm did not go off.
So you didn't remember you had a FaceTime call.
It's not that
Otherwise,
I-
you would have crawled out from underneath that vehicle and done the
It's
FaceTime.
not that I didn't remember, it's that the alarm didn't go off and I was under the car. I didn't know what time it actually was. When I got out, I made that call and I was told that they were already in bed. I've been told that they were already in bed 5 minutes after 7:30, and I know that that's not always the case.
But there are 7 instances where you haven't even attempted a call. Is that correct?
After a certain time, then I know that there's no way that she's going to answer the phone call anyway.
And only one of those instances can be explained because you were working on a vehicle and lost track of time.
I've dealt with kids. I have other things going on.
Okay. So your kids are not your first priority?
They are. I was dealing with other kids, my other ones.
Now, when you went to collect the phone from the person that had it, you traveled 25 minutes. Is that correct?
Roughly.
From where were you traveling?
The Hermitage area?
Okay, all the way to Franklin to pick up a client's phone.
That's correct.
Okay. And before you got there, you changed into your suit. Is that correct?
I changed into a dress shirt, yes.
Okay. And you put your gun on your side.
Incorrect.
Okay. Why would your children report that you put your gun on your hip?
That I do not know because the gun, one, never goes on my hip, and two, was not even in the car.
So, sir, what would you have done if there had been a confrontation?
Walked away.
Okay. But that's not your history of dealing with matters like this, is it?
A matter of a stolen phone that was not stolen, it was just left. So it was never a stolen phone in the first place.
Then why could your Canadian clients not go get it themselves?
They were actually on the way.
Okay, then why didn't you just let them handle it? You had your children with you.
Because I was closer than they were. It's something that a business person does, is they help their clients out as much as they possibly can.
With their kids in their car?
I was going to get a phone that was misplaced.
Now, you said your relationship with your older children has actually gotten better, but it hasn't. They're reluctant to go with you, aren't they?
They actually want to go with me.
Ella hasn't wanted to go with you the last time she was supposed to go with you, did she?
Not that I was aware of, at least not that I was told.
Is there a reason you've only met with the therapist twice?
Dr.
The
Davis.
doctor, yes. Is there a reason you've only met with him twice?
I was told to schedule some appointments with him for follow-up.
Okay, is there a reason you didn't disclose to him that you hired somebody from your parenting class to babysit your children?
I didn't think it was an issue because it's somebody that was just watching the kids for a couple of hours.
Well, I mean, he's assessing your ability to parent, isn't he?
Yes.
Is there a reason you didn't tell him that you had been leaving your children alone for hours at a time?
I did tell him that in the November meeting.
Judge, if I may have one moment, I think I'm done.
All right.
Sir, you can agree that Miss Duffy has a relationship with your older children, doesn't she?
A hidden relationship? Sure.
Well, she was the care provider in your home when you had visitation with your children, wasn't she?
Yes.
And that relationship wasn't hidden.
No, that one wasn't.
Okay. And she makes sure your youngest two children see their siblings, doesn't she?
That I couldn't attest to. I know of only one incident where my oldest saw the babies.
Okay. And your oldest made sure to tell you she saw the babies.
Yeah, after about a week.
Okay. Miss Duffy didn't tell your oldest not to tell you that she had seen Miss Duffy, right?
Her mother did.
Okay. Her mother, Ella's mother?
Correct.
Okay. Judge, I think that's all.
Redirect?
Mr. Duffy, you have FaceTime calls with your children twice per week since this divorce started?
Correct.
So that's approximately 8 calls per month,
Correct.
times the last 7 months, over 50 calls.
Action deleting, Judge.
Ms. Angel, lead the witness, please.
About approximately how many calls would you have had with them over the past several months since this divorce has started?
Between 45 and 50 is when I would have been scheduled.
So Ms. Duke asked you if you had possibly missed 7 calls. Is it possible that you missed any more than that?
Highly unlikely, but I mean, if they say 7, then it was 7, but I don't believe it was 7.
You believe it was 7 or less?
I think it was 7 or less.
And all the other calls you've made?
Objection to the leading.
Have you made all the other calls that you're allowed to make?
Correct.
I have a document here. Mr. Duffy, are those your, can you tell the court what those are?
These are my certificates from Main Street Interventions
And
Incorporated.
I apologize, I only had 2 copies. If you can pass that copy back.
Judge, that's outside the scope, but I'm not gonna object.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark that as Exhibit 4.
All right, mark it as Exhibit 4, please.
And Mr. Duffy, that's confirmation that you completed what classes again?
Instead of a 10-week, I did a 12-week parenting class, and I did a 26-step domestic violence for males in a 12-week period.
And is that your understanding that that was consistent with Dr. Davis's recommendation?
That is correct.
Ms. Duke made an allegation that you've called your children. Is there any truth to that allegation?
No.
Have you ever used that language directed at your children?
Previously, a while ago, yes, sure.
Have you used that language since taking your classes?
No.
Would you use that language?
No.
And Ms. Duke asked you why you hid the fact that you had left the children alone from Dr. Davis. Did you omit that fact from Dr. Davis?
Not purposely omitted, but I believe I told him in November that I had left them home by themselves for a few hours while I went and drove. Their mother called me on it. We made an agreement prior to her filing her TRO.
And you told Dr. Davis about the TRO?
That's correct.
And did he ask you questions about what led to the TRO?
Yes.
And did you answer them all honestly?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Anything further, Ms. Duke? While she's thinking about it, let me ask a couple of
Thank you,
questions.
Judge.
Number one, why would this client feel like he needed to call you to get you involved in recovering that phone? It wasn't lost in your time with this client, correct?
That's correct. They thought that I may have had it. They thought they may have left it in the limousine.
Is this person that you call a client someone local or someone from out of town?
They're from Canada.
From Canada?
Correct.
All right. Soon to be the 51st state. In any event, the facts of the matter that this person contacted you, and did they ask you if you had the phone?
They asked if I was in the area or if I had the phone.
They were asking you to go intercede with this person that they thought had the phone.
Not necessarily. They asked if I had the phone.
Okay. And then they asked you to do what?
They didn't ask me anything further than that. They asked if I had the phone, and I asked them what was going on. They explained the situation, that they had left the phone somewhere and it was pinging at a home address in Franklin.
Okay. And did you just volunteer to go and recover this?
I did.
You did?
Correct.
All right. I practiced law for a long time. I had a lot of clients, but I never volunteered to go intercede with a client to try to pick things up or to just interject myself into a situation I was not involved in. I'm curious as to why you felt it appropriate to do that.
At the time, I was easily accessible to actually make that drive versus them checking out of a hotel, getting a cab, taking an Uber out to that location.
Was he going to pay you to go recover this phone?
No.
And you had all 3 of your children, the older children, with you?
Correct.
And what were you doing with the 3 children in the car?
We had just finished eating lunch.
Just finished eating?
Correct.
Okay. And so you decided that you go and help them recover it with the children in the car.
Correct.
And it's my understanding that your testimony is today under oath, but you did not have a weapon with you?
Correct.
Now, you've testified that one of your 9-year-old twins has some anger issues, is that correct?
Correct.
And when he balls up his fist and comes at you, you have to leave and go into another room.
Correct.
Now, you have 3 children, 2 of which are those 9-year-old twins and one that's a 10-year-old girl.
11-year-old.
11-year-old, all right. And you're asking to then add in a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old to have with you unsupervised for the entire weekend. That's what you're asking me to do.
Correct.
Okay. Have you ever had 5 children like that and one of those varying ages in your care at one time?
Yes.
When?
There's been multiple occasions when mom worked.
When mom works. You're talking about Mrs.
Miss Duffy. Correct.
All right. And you had all 5 children, and of course, they would have been younger then, correct?
Correct.
And you had no problems with any of that?
No, I actually dropped her off at a meeting and I took all 5 kids to a store.
Well, you may be a braver man than I am. But let me ask this question. Well, I don't need to ask any other questions. Anything else based on what I've asked this witness?
Said you volunteered to go because you were more easily accessible to go do it, and they would have to check out of a hotel and all that, but do you remember your prior testimony, you saying that they're already,
They were on their way,
okay.
but they
So
had
you
they still had
didn't
to
have-
check out of a hotel.
So you didn't have a purpose really to go, other than
On
you were
the,
gung ho to go, weren't you?
I was helping a client.
That's all.
Thank you. You can step down, Mr. Duffy. We're going to take our mid-morning recess. We'll be in recess for 15 minutes.
All rise. The court's now in recess for 15 minutes. All rise. Court's now back in session. You may be seated.
All right, are you ready to call your next witness?
I'd like to call Connie Russell.
Connie Russell.
Connie Russell,
And how do you know Mr. Duffy?
he's my nephew.
He's your nephew. And can you tell us, do you know Miss Duffy as well?
Miss Duffy, I do,
And do you know the children?
I do.
Can you tell us a little bit about your relationship
My relationship with,
with Daryl
Daryl?
and Brittany and the
you
children?
know, I helped raise him, you know, most of my life. Brittany, she's been okay, you know, we've not been real close or nothing like that, but, you know, we've talked from time to time, you know, when, been to their house and things like that, you know, we've seen our kids and things, and,
You said you've kept the kids?
you know, when she's done photo shoots, even Daryl's mom, we would go sit in the car with them when she was having photo shoots.
Was this before or after the parties separated?
This was before.
And do you also know Daryl's ex-wife?
I do.
What is your relationship like with her?
It's fine. I don't have any issues with her.
And do you have a close relationship with the children?
I do.
Can you tell the court a little bit about your relationships with the children?
With older children.
Well, tell us about both.
Okay, yeah, the older children, you know, he's had them for winter break, and you know, I'm there pretty much. You know, when he doesn't have a sitter for them, I'm there. You know, they're with me when he has to work. I take care of them. You know, we do things. You know, they come to the house. They love playing outside.
Ma'am, you have a very soft voice, and so I'm going to ask you to pull that microphone even closer to
Okay.
you and try to make sure we're recording
Okay.
everything that's being said, so it's important we
Got you.
pick it all up.
Okay, all righty. But yeah, you know, the kids and I have got a great relationship, you know. Even Addie and Layla.
Those
you
are
know,
the younger
Those
children.
are the little ones, yes, those are little ones, you know. You know, Layla's, she's a hoot, and Addie is too, you know, and I've gotten closer with those two since I've been with them on Sundays. I've gotten really close with them. And, yeah, and they're just good kids.
Now, Ms. Russell, you are a supervisor in this action.
Yes, I am.
Are you present on every Sunday when Mr. Duffy has the children?
Yes, I am, uh-huh.
And can you tell us a little bit about what those visits look like?
Well, we, here in Dixon, we're from Nashville, here in Dixon, there's not a lot of places to go on Sundays, so we do, we take them to eat, we go let them bowl, they love to go bowling, and then just, take them to the lake, let them feed the ducks, we just try to, find something to do on Sundays. Like I said, you're kind of limited here. We go shopping, go to Walmart, or we go here or there, but that's pretty much what we do.
And are you present the entire time?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know of any time that Mr. Duffy has had the children without you present?
No, no. Mm-mm.
And do you have an opportunity to observe how he interacts with the children?
Yes,
Can you tell the court a little bit about that?
he does good with the little ones. He does good with them. They love him. They hug on him. Layla gives him kisses, and Addie, same thing. They go up and just hug, and Addie's got a thing that she goes up to bowl. She's got to get Dad's okay before she'll let that ball roll down. So it's the relationship with them is good.
Did Daryl live with you at any point?
He did, just for a short period of time.
When was that?
This was after they separated, and he stayed there for a short period of time,
And now, about how far apart do you live from him?
a mile.
Okay. And about how often do you see him?
I see him all the time.
And do you have concerns about Daryl's parenting?
Not really. It's just like, parents they'll yell at their kids. You hear them out in Walmart or wherever else, yelling at their kids. I don't think he's no different than any other parent.
Do you have any concerns about him having all 5 children?
No, ma'am.
Have you watched him handle all 5 children?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that, in your observation, are there challenges?
There are challenges, with 5 children, of course, there's challenges,
What do you think is the most difficult thing with Daryl's children in particular?
I think with one of them in particular, it's Parker. Parker's got a little bit, of course, he's ADHD. And so, we have to really watch him, and kind of keep him even keel, saying, because he will kind of blurt out, and not blurt out, but just kind of not act out, but I can't really explain how he does, but that's part of ADHD.
Does Parker exhibit anger issues?
Sometimes he does, yeah.
How have you seen Daryl handle that?
He tries to get him to calm down and say, you don't need to be doing that. And that's pretty much basically it.
Have you had the opportunity to observe Daryl trying to deal with Parker and also handle the little ones at the same time?
Well, usually Parker, if we're outside, not in the vehicle, Daryl he'll correct him and tell him he's not supposed to do that. Why are you doing it? And, and Parker a lot of times responds, well, I'm angry. Why are you angry?
Have you ever seen Daryl deal with Parker in a way that you felt was inappropriate?
Not really. Mm-mm.
Were you present in the bowling alley?
I was.
Several weeks ago.
I was.
And can you tell the court what you observed?
What I observed, I was back there with my niece, Ella. We was playing a little air hockey. Layla was over here. I turned around and she was gone. And I went, okay, so I immediately went, found her. They had already had her. And Daryl was kind of upset with Parker because Parker was standing there with her. And like I said, when I turned around, they were gone. And so when I got there, Layla was fine. Parker, Daryl was fussing at Parker because, Parker did not hold on to Layla's hand and stuff like he was supposed to. And so other than that, there's a lady who was saying something, and I told her, I said, look, this is not your business, please, this is not your business. And so we turned her off. I turned around and we started walking off.
You said he was fussing at Parker. Do you think that he was speaking to Parker in a way that was inappropriate at that time?
No, not when it concerns a child, like Layla, coming up. And no, because like I said, I was upset that Parker did that. And I know it's not Parker's responsibility, but I said she was there and then she wasn't there. And that's, like I said, that's when I took off, like I said, they had already got her, a matter of a few seconds or half a minute.
Have you observed other incidents like that where Parker may have gotten in trouble or done something to upset Daryl?
Parker is a child that he will try anybody's patience. Okay, let me say that. But like I said, it's no different than, Daryl's not overly angry at him. He's just trying to get him to say, look, this is not what we're supposed to do. Why are you doing this? And like I said, Parker goes, so I'm angry. And that's all I can tell you.
Have you noticed any changes in Daryl's interactions with Parker over the past several months?
I have.
Can you tell the court about that?
They've gotten a lot better.
How so?
Daryl's he's not as loud. He tries to talk to Parker in a good way and get him to calm down, and we try to keep him from getting to a point where he's that angry. And like I said, I think he's done a great job recently with them.
Do you ever have any issues with Parker or any of the other children unbuckling their seatbelts in the car, or?
Occasionally they do.
They do, okay.
Yeah, I always tell them, buckle up, Buttercup. So,
Does Daryl, in your opinion, is Daryl vigilant about that?
about him using
All of the children?
all the children, yes.
And how does he
wants to-
handle it if they do unbuckle
They
theirs?
tell them, get in the seat, and a lot of times Ella, if they unbuckle, Ella will say, buckle up, get back, put your seatbelt on. So if you're sitting up front, you can't see them take it off. And so Ella she'll say, well, they took their seatbelt off. So we tell them to put their seatbelt back on.
Do you think that Daryl would be able to handle all 5 children on his own without your help?
I think so.
Do you have any concerns?
Not really.
If he were to have all 5 children on his own, what do you think would be the biggest difficulties for him?
Gosh, I hadn't thought of it. I hadn't thought of anything like that. So I don't really know.
Okay.
Because he hasn't had all 5 of them.
But would you have concerns about him having the 5 of them
I
on their
would
own?
not.
Okay. What is the relationship like between the older children and the younger children?
They miss the younger ones, and it's great. Addie, not Addie, but Layla loves Parker, Jackson, all of them. All of those 5 kids are good.
Do you think the children would benefit from more time together?
I think they would.
Do you think they would benefit from more time with Daryl?
I think they would.
Can you tell the court why?
Well, I think they miss their dad. I know they miss their daddy.
And what have you observed that makes you think they miss him?
Well, because when they see him, it's hugs and kisses. And, I think they would benefit from him being a part of their lives, just like any father being a part of their children.
Thank you, Ms. Russell. Those are all of my questions.
Ms. Duke, do you have questions?
Yes, Your Honor. So when he sees his children, it's all love. They don't tell him that they hate him, do they?
No.
Okay. And he's still yelling at the kids?
Occasionally he will,
Okay.
especially like I said, Parker, when Parker gets loud, and I said, Parker does have some anger issues.
Are you aware that the babysitter that he's leaving the children with has lost custody of 2 children to 2 different people?
I've heard parts. I don't know the whole story behind
Okay,
it.
so what do you know about that?
I just know that she's been in classes that some of them that Daryl's taken.
Okay. But what do you know about her situation, about what
I
she's
don't
done?
really know
Okay.
anything about it.
Are you aware of her having to get stitches
No.
from punching glass?
No.
Mr. Duffy is here asking for Friday to Sunday every week except for the last weekend of the month. Is that
Okay.
true? Is that true? I mean, do you know that to be?
That, I don't know what he's asking.
He works every Saturday, doesn't he?
That's right, and I have the children every Saturday.
Okay. You've seen him carrying his gun?
He does not have it around his children.
He doesn't have his gun around it, but you've seen him carrying it?
I've seen him carry it, but he's not had it around his children.
Prior to testifying, did you discuss the testimony that had gone on in here while you were outside?
There was no one to discuss it with.
Okay.
It's just me out there.
And Mr. Duffy, he doesn't ride with a seatbelt very often, does he?
No, he doesn't.
Okay. So is he pretty much telling the kids to do as I say, not as I do with the seatbelt?
No, he tells them to put their seatbelt on.
You've heard him call the kids asshole since we were in court the last time, haven't you?
So,
Okay, have you heard him call them?
no, because when the kids have been saying ugly words, we get on to them about saying those words.
Okay.
I strictly forbid them to do it in my house when they're out. And then, of course, the other kids will tell them, well, this one said this, that one said that. So I do tell them they cannot be doing that. I don't approve of it.
Are you aware that he took the 3 oldest minor children to receive stolen property or property that had been misplaced?
What are you talking about? Property.
If you're not aware, you can say, I don't know anything
Okay,
about that.
okay.
It's okay. I just asked to see if you know.
Okay.
And you don't have any problem with Miss Duffy, do you?
No,
Okay. As a matter of fact, you've told her and his mom told her repeatedly that she was the best thing that ever happened to him.
it was.
Okay.
But then also, when we would leave their house, Daryl's mom would say, why doesn't she like me? She don't talk
Okay. Is
Why
she a
don't she
quiet
like me?
person?
to me.
Miss
Brittany, I
Duffy's a
guess-
quiet person, isn't
I
she?
guess she could be, yeah.
Okay. If I may have 1 minute, Judge, I think.
You
I'm
may.
done. Judge, that's all.
Redirect for this witness. Ms. Russell, let me ask you a couple of questions. You've been supervising these Sunday afternoon visits, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I understand what happened in the bowling alley, that all came out the last time we were in court. But as far as the afternoon visits, is that a major inconvenience for you to continue doing that?
No, it
Okay.
is not. I work Monday through Fridays.
What do you do?
I'm a supervisor, but coordinator, operations coordinator for surgical services and materials at
Okay,
St. Thomas.
all right. So it's not a problem for you to be there to supervise these
No,
children?
it is not. And I get off work early enough. I go into work at like 4:30, 5 o'clock, and I'm home usually by 1:30 in the
Now,
afternoon.
are you married? I'm not trying to pry into your
I
life,
don't
I'm just trying to see
mind.
what your situation
I don't
is, so, all right. And as the aunt of Mr. Duffy, you are willing to continue to do that if I
Yes,
were to
I
say that's
will.
necessary?
As long as, however long it's necessary.
As long as what?
As long as it's necessary.
All right. All right, well, thank you. Anything else? Thank you. You may step down, Ms. Russell, and have a seat in the courtroom if you like, or you may leave. All right, next witness. All right, I'll reserve the right to let you call him as a rebuttal witness. Ms. Duke, do you have witnesses?
Judge, I call Miss Duffy.
Duffy, if you'll come around, please. You'll raise your right hand and face our clerk to be placed under oath.
Ms. Duffy, do you continue to be concerned, even under supervision, about your children being in Mr. Duffy's care?
I do.
Okay. When you had the phone conversation with your, and I'm sorry, state your full name for the record.
Brittany and Duffy,
You launched right into it. And you are the mother of,
Adeline and Layla.
okay. And are those Mr. Duffy's children?
They are
And their ages are?
2 and just turned 4 yesterday.
And did you have the opportunity during this case to help facilitate some FaceTime calls for Mr. Duffy?
Yes,
Okay. And have you refused FaceTime calls for him?
I have not. The only times was when the kids were already asleep and it was past his time to call.
Okay, and how often has that been?
At least 7 times.
Okay. So if he was late in calling but still called and the kids were awake, would you still allow him to speak with the children?
If they were awake and in bed, I actually went in and let him talk to him at least once or twice.
Okay. So how many has he missed completely?
Are you saying not called at all?
Not called at all.
Probably 5 or 6 times.
And you heard the one time he lost track of time and just could not call. Is that
Right.
fair?
I was never told, but yes.
Has he ever provided you an explanation for why he's not doing all of his FaceTime calls?
I think once he said he had a meeting and that was all.
Now, skipping back, on the FaceTime call that you having to hold the phone.
Yes, I hold it because otherwise it'll be dropped or call ended or taken elsewhere and left.
You may.
In this instance, were the children on their way back from Chattanooga?
Yes, they were in the car coming from somewhere.
Okay. And were they unbuckled?
They were.
Was the vehicle, could you see the vehicle moving?
Yes, the lights from other cars were moving.
Okay. And is that why you screenshotted that?
It is because I was concerned for those kids as well.
Okay. And those are Mr. Duffy's older children?
They are.
Judge, I'd submit that as the next marked exhibit.
Marking it as the next exhibit 5.
Are you telling Mr. Duffy or the children to hate their father?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Are you encouraging their relationship?
Yes.
Is that the first time today that you've ever heard him say, or that you've ever heard anything about your kids saying, I hate you, Daddy?
I have never heard that before today.
Okay. And then you heard his aunt testify that it's all lovey-dovey and they love him.
Right.
Okay. Are you concerned for the safety of your children, knowing that he's been through all these anger management classes and parenting classes, and he's still making poor decisions?
Yes.
Regarding the babysitter, what are your concerns there?
I'm concerned for the other kids as well.
Were you even more concerned when he refused to provide this court with her last name?
Yes, because I would do research as a mom to see who was watching my children.
You heard him testify, you heard Mr. Duffy testify that he still yells at the kids, and you heard his aunt testify that he still yells at the kids. Based on his parenting classes and based on his past history, are you concerned that he's still yelling at them?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Is that based on his history and what you've observed when he does get angry?
Yes.
Have you seen his aunt be scared of him before?
Yes, once or twice.
I'm sorry, repeat your question.
Have you seen his aunt, the supervisor, be scared of him
Or
once
I
or
should
twice?
say embarrassed is probably a better word.
Okay. When he overreacted about situations? When you found out about him going to confront the people in Franklin, did that leave you concerned?
I'm sorry, the question,
Just a lack of foundation. We haven't heard any evidence about how or whether Ms. Duffy knows anything about this situation.
Well, she knows about it from today.
Well, we haven't
you
had any
talking to her or you're
evidence.
talking to me?
I'm sorry. You,
If you're talking to me, repeat what you said.
Judge, I asked if she, if another concern was that he took his other children to confront the person in Franklin about the phone.
Well, that's an implication of him taking the children with him to retrieve this phone for his client. There wasn't any evidence of him teaching the children other than that, the implication being if he takes the kids and shows them what he's doing, that is somehow implies that that's the way they should behave.
I didn't say teaching, I'm sorry. Just taking them to this location to retrieve a phone is what I asked her.
Well, I'm going to sustain the objection.
Have you had other concerns regarding the safety of the older children and your children?
Yes.
And what are those?
My children getting lost, taken, hurt from him confronting somebody else because people do crazy things nowadays. And
Did you hear him say that person tried to extort $30 out of him?
I did hear that.
Does that concern you?
It does.
When you get your children back, are they clean and changed and orderly?
There's been a couple times where they've come back and they've had diaper rashes that are pretty bad from not being changed during his parenting time. And the first couple of times, I know toddlers are toddlers and fall, but there was some excessive bruises on one of my daughter's legs as well.
Are you concerned that he's telling the older children not to disclose to their mother about what's going on his time?
Yes, they should tell their moms everything.
And vice versa, you would expect that your children should tell him everything going on in your home, is that
Right.
correct? Are you concerned that even while he's been under the microscope of this court, that he was leaving his children alone until 2 and 3 a.m. in the morning?
I'm very concerned about that because I loved those kids too.
Well, and let's talk about that. Do you have a friendly relationship with his ex?
I have a cordial relationship with her, yes.
So when you say cordial, you're not just running to her and she's not just running to you to tell you things?
No,
Okay. Do you make sure that your children see her children?
I do. When we can, I try to.
Okay. Did you have the occasion to be close to where that mother lives in the east side of
I was
Nashville?
in Mount Juliet and I picked up Ella because she was home and took her out because she was really missing the girls. And so I wanted to make sure she saw them.
Did you care for those children in your home?
I did the whole time we were married and even before.
Okay. And during that time, the the mother of those children didn't take issue with your ability to care for them, did
No.
she? Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to tell the court?
I don't believe so.
Are you asking the court just to keep the same visitation schedule?
Yeah, for now.
You may cross-examine.
Ms. Duffy, you said that that photograph that was admitted as an exhibit was a picture that you took on a FaceTime call with the younger children?
It was.
And you said that you could tell from the lights of the cars that the cars were moving and the older children were unbuckled,
They were unbuckled, yes.
but you didn't say anything to Mr. Duffy about that?
I did not.
Or at all to the children about buckling their seatbelts?
I didn't.
You just screenshotted it so that you could have it for court today?
I screenshot it because I was concerned for them that he was not telling them to buckle their seatbelt.
Did you call their mother to report that?
I did tell their mother, yes.
And you said that you are cordial with their mother.
I am.
Aren't you calling her pretty regularly?
I wouldn't say regularly, no. Only when we have concerns about the kids.
And you're not calling her to find out if there's information that you could use against Mr. Duffy? and vice versa?
Normally, she says that there was an incident that happened.
Are you questioning her children about incidents that happened?
No, I don't question the kids.
You said that your children have come home with a diaper rash,
Yes.
and you believe that it was caused by 4 hours with Mr. Duffy, not by...
Either riding in the car and the diapers were completely full.
And why are these children not potty trained yet? The oldest is 4. Are you working on potty training them?
We are working on potty training, yes.
Okay, but you
She's
don't
very
send-
stubborn, so we are working on it.
And you don't send pull-ups with her to Mr. Duffy's house, you just send her in a diaper?
No, I don't send pull-ups yet because she's still in a diaper.
So she's always in a diaper at your house, too?
Yes.
And you don't think that could be contributing to possible diaper rash? that
We're
she's-
working on it right now.
And she never gets diaper rash on your time?
Because I change her regularly,
Okay. How regularly do you change her?
about every hour or two. She drinks a lot of water.
So you think she might be missing a changing when she's with Mr. Duffy?
Yes.
She wouldn't be able to be missing more than a changing since he's only got her for 4 hours.
No, probably a changing. Sometimes two, it just depends on how much she drinks.
And you're under an order not to follow Mr. Duffy during his parenting time.
I am.
Have you been having other people follow him?
I have not had anybody follow him.
You didn't have women follow him around a Goodwill store?
No,
No?
no,
You didn't have people following him in his car?
no,
while he's
because
driving
that's
with the
his
children?
time.
Okay. But you previously have followed him yourself,
Only once because I was concerned for the safety of my child.
and you previously had obtained video footage of him when he was in the bowling alley because your friend runs that bowling alley,
Because it was concerning the kids.
but you don't have anybody else following him at
I
this
don't
point.
have anybody
And you did
following.
not put
Asked and answered.
Sustained.
you did not put an air tag on his car?
I did not put an air tag on his car.
Do you know the babysitter?
I do not.
How did you know about, or let me ask you, did you know? How did you know about this babysitter before?
Somebody had told me.
Who told you?
Ashley told me.
And Ashley knew about the babysitter because he disclosed the babysitter to her, correct?
Yes. Or Ella did. I don't know who did.
So Ashley called you to tell you about the babysitter, but Ashley didn't ask that he not use that babysitter.
See, she said she was not comfortable with that babysitter.
But she knows the babysitter has been watching the children.
I don't know.
You don't know. You only know that she told you that the babysitter exists, but you don't know whether she's requested for him not to use that babysitter.
I believe she requested, well, she said to me she was not comfortable with that babysitter, but I don't know what happened after that.
What was the point of her telling you about the babysitter?
Because she was concerned for her kids.
And how does that concern you other than using it in court against Mr. Duffy?
I'm going to object argumentative.
Overrule this cross-examination. Repeat the question.
My question is why, other than to give you information to use against Mr. Duffy, would Ashley tell you anything about this babysitter?
Because if Daryl got more time with the kids and was using the same babysitter, it would impact me as well.
Okay, so she's not concerned, to your knowledge, about stopping the babysitter from watching her children. She hasn't done anything to stop that.
Objection, that's a misrepresentation of her testimony.
Sustained.
To your knowledge, she hasn't done anything to stop that babysitter from watching her children. Isn't that what you just said?
I don't know what the last rulings were exactly.
Okay, but she did not tell you that she was going to take any steps to stop that babysitter from watching her children?
I know that she said that she needs to know who the babysitter is, and that's all I know.
Okay. But she did go out of her way to tell you about it, so that you could come here today, isn't that correct, and tell the court about it?
She told me because she was concerned, and we talk about the concerns of both of our sets of kids.
And you regularly talk about concerns with Mr. Duffy?
I wouldn't say regularly. I would say when it comes up, then, or if somebody needs to know, then yes, we do talk about it.
Okay. I have no other questions.
No follow-up.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Anything else, Ms. Duke?
Nothing.
Any rebuttal proof? Dr. Davis, if you want to come back, please. I would remind you, you remain under oath.
Dr. Davis, when you were last testifying, you were asked some hypothetical questions about whether certain incidents might impact your decisions. And you've now had an opportunity to hear the evidence all of the evidence that's before the court today. So I want to ask you, does anything that you have heard change your recommendations?
The only thing I heard that would make me modify a recommendation is the issue of the choice of the babysitter. I think clearly Mr. Duffy has not just the right to know, but the responsibility to know who's watching his children. And I think that it would be appropriate to limit his use of babysitters unless he's going from an agency where they do background checks, or he's checked it out ahead with the mom and gotten her approval on the babysitter. Other than that, in terms of the trip to pick up the gun or pick up the phone, excuse me, I think he answered that adequately from my perspective. Again, should he be taking the kids out to do his work? I can just say, I know, my father took me to a machine shop and I ran machines, probably an OSHA violation now, but I learned how to work. I think kids seeing their parents work is not a bad thing. I think it's actually a helpful thing. Now, I don't know that that's true for 2- and 4-year-olds, but I think in the situation that he was in, for the older kids, that's fine. But the only thing I heard at all was this choice of babysitter issue, and I think the court could address that by limiting what he does with that, but nothing else about him babysitting.
And your recommendation would be that he be limited to not using babysitters unless they had a background check?
Yeah, from an agency that does a background check or checks it out with the mom first and they have an agreement.
But nothing that you heard today would change your recommendation that it would be appropriate for him to have the full weekends unsupervised?
That's correct.
Did you find his answers to be credible
I did.
based on your expertise?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Ms. Duke?
Failure of him to use a seatbelt with his children was a concern?
For him himself?
For him not using a seatbelt?
Well, his answer was that he had pulled off to the side and that there was a stoppage in traffic and they weren't moving and he allowed them to talk on the video. But, so I don't think that's a problem if traffic has stopped. But I think the testimony both from his aunt and he is that they always require seatbelts.
And you heard him testify that he's continuing to yell at the children when these kids have been traumatized by his yelling in the past. Is that something he needs to continue to do?
I think that sometimes parents yell. I mean,
Okay.
I don't know that we can, I don't know that it'd even be appropriate to restrict him from yelling at times. I didn't hear anything about any language that was abusive in what he did, both his testimony and his aunt's. And I think sometimes kids will be yelled at.
His decision-making alone, hiring somebody that has been accused of trying to kill a child. I understand the court putting in provisions to prevent that from happening, but the fact that he made that decision doesn't leave you concerned for his mental health?
I don't know if I'd say for his mental health, but I think it's a poor parenting decision. I mean, it's important to check out babysitters all the time.
And when he made this decision when he's under the microscope of this court already.
You're correct.
And that's concerning, isn't it?
I think it's just concerning that he would make that decision, period.
Okay. And you heard the testimony that he said those people were already on the way to pick up that phone, and that when he got there to pick up that phone, that they tried to extort him for $30. He was in a confrontation at that point, was he not?
I don't know. That's like it was an ask and he denied it. I don't know if. I mean,
No, he's the one that told us that they tried to extort $30.
right, but I mean, that doesn't. You're saying, you moving that up to a level of confrontation, that was the person asked for money, he denied giving them that, but that doesn't mean that it was a confrontational issue.
Judge, that's all.
You're right. Thank you, Dr. Davis. You may step down. You may call your next witness. Anything further? You wish to be heard in argument?
I'll waive it.
One of the obligations and jobs that I have and that sometimes keeps me awake at night is making decisions regarding the custody and the best interest of minor children. It is always difficult, if not impossible, to predict the future with children and how things are going to go in a parenting situation. We judge that by past behavior. We judge it by expert testimony sometimes. We judge it by things that have happened in the past and, observation of the demeanor and behavior of the people when they're here in the courtroom. That's all I have to go on. I don't know these children, these two younger children. I do know what it's like to have a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old. And I have grandchildren that are basically the same age or in that same age group. And I know they can be a handful sometimes. I also know that I grew up in a family of 5 children. I was the middle child, but it was chaotic at times. And there were certainly situations where my parents were having to try to make them, juggle things in order to handle that. But that was a 2-parent household. In this particular case, the court has previously put down an order, and the last time we were here in August, I think the original order was by agreement. The last time we were here in August was to review the decision or the visitation schedule in order to determine whether or not it should be expanded. And at that time, I found that Dr. Davis had made recommendations according to that report, and that Mr. Duffy hadn't completed all of those recommendations. He has now done that. So as a result, he's complied with what the court and Dr. Davis said that he needed to do. From one perspective, you can say, I understand Mrs. Duffy having concerns about Mr. Duffy, but you were married to him for 5 years. And during that 5 years, you were around him and his other older children, and you became very close to them. So you observed his parenting skills and his parenting methods at that point. I'm sure that led to your divorce, the behavior that he showed and everything. But you were married to him for 5 years, and you chose to have children with him. When you have children with another parent, it becomes a situation where that parent, both parents, have rights that are supposed to be enforced by this court. Preeminent of all of my considerations is the best interest of the minor children. That is, as all of our courts say, is the pole star of any decision in a custody case, is the best interest of the minor children. So I have to balance the fact that Mrs. Duffy was married to Mr. Duffy. She knew what he was like as a parent. She chose to have children with him. And as a result of that, obviously the situation may have have changed over the years, and she may have realized her mistake or whatever happened that led him to this point. But clearly, Mr. Duffy has some issues. My main concern at this point in time is that Mr. Duffy has demonstrated a regrettable lack of proper decision-making. His decision process escapes me. You are lucky not to be charged with reckless homicide or criminally negligent homicide. If your house had caught fire while those children were there alone, you could have been in the midst of an immeasurable and unimaginable tragedy. And that happens. Children are left alone at home like that. Bad things happen. And that is, in my opinion, the most concerning thing that I've heard today has been the fact that you would leave those. The second most concerning thing is that, as has been pointed out, you have been under this court's supervision regarding your children, and with that knowledge, you chose for your older children to employ a young lady who is 20 years old and has lost custody of her children, based on what I'm hearing, and has been having to go to parenting classes. And as a result of that, you put her in charge of your older children. And I'm assuming you would be using her as a babysitter for that. So there are never any easy decisions in this case, but one decision I can tell you that's easy in this matter is I'm going to appoint a guardian ad litem to act on behalf of these minor children. And I do that even knowing that it's going to create some additional issues, but there needs to be someone whose interest is solely for the best interest of the children other than this court. And I know that Mrs. Duffy feels like that's her only consideration, but obviously she has concerns and she has things that she doesn't like about Mr. Duffy, and so her testimony is always going to be somewhat filtered through how she feels about him, and how that, as Mr. Duffy says, she hasn't spoken 10 words to him or something like that. So there's really no communication. Mr. Duffy obviously feels like he's being mistreated, and I understand that theory, but I want to have someone else involved whose only consideration is the minor children. Mickey Furlong Smith is the choice that I would make if she's willing and able to take this case. She does a lot of these kinds of guardian ad litem cases in this court. And she has a history, a background of having retired from the Department of Children's Services. And as a result, I trust implicitly her in putting her in these situations. But by the same token, I'm being asked today to lift the supervision of children, not only lift the supervision of his time, and to increase his visitation and go with every other or 3 weekends a month. And I'm not willing to do that based on what I've heard. The reason I'm not willing to do it is because, number one, as I've said, the things that have happened by Mr. Duffy, and you can say all you want to about taking these children with him to go and retrieve this phone. There's something that smells bad about that situation. There is something that is, in my opinion, inappropriate about him voluntarily inserting himself into a dispute that's not of his own making. He says he did it for a client. Well, so be it. He wasn't paid to do it, but he had put his children into a potentially volatile situation with going to retrieve this phone. In addition to that, he's left these children, his older children, alone for extended periods of time. And I think he continues to have some issues with anger. I think that what I would do instead is to continue the supervision. Ms. Russell has indicated she's willing to continue to do that. And I'm going to continue the supervision, but I'm going to increase the amount of time that he has on Sundays to 8 hours. He'll have them from 8 o'clock in the morning until whatever that, I guess 5 o'clock in the afternoon, whatever that would equate to be on Sundays. I'm giving you additional time so that you can try to work through these things. What that does is it gives you an opportunity to make sure that the children are fed properly, that the children are taken care of with their hygiene and everything else that needs to be. You need to start demonstrating your ability to parent the children. Ms. Russell, of all of the testimony I've heard, Ms. Russell seems to me to be a very honest individual who wants to help her great niece and great nephews, and she wants to be able to assist you, and you're lucky to have her. And for that reason, I'm going to continue for right now until we can see how the guardian ad litem gets involved in this case and get whatever she's going to do. But in my opinion, that's a necessary thing to continue the supervision because of the decision-making process that Mr. Duffy has demonstrated to this court while this case has been pending and while we've had the supervision. I want you to have more time with your kids. I want to move to this type of situation. But you're going to have to start demonstrating more stability, more maturity for someone. You're 40, 41, is that right? And, you know, you're old enough to know that you've got 3 other children. Another factor is that right now, I'm hearing that this 9-year-old has some anger issues and that there's issues where you have to walk away. Putting those, a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old in that home for an entire weekend, 48 hours, unsupervised, is something that I have concerns about and I'm not willing to do at this point. That may change in the not too distant future. I would like for this to get to be able to give you what you want, but I am of the opinion that you have first got to demonstrate a stronger decision-making, and you also have to demonstrate some ability to parent these children aside from having it supervised. So I understand driving on the interstate. I understand what you said about the fact that the children you were stopped at that point. Mrs. Duffy has testified that she saw the lights moving, whatever that is. You have a wreck and those children go through the windshield of that vehicle, you're going to regret not having them strapped in. So he will at all times have these 2 minor children if he requires to transport them in a proper child restraint device. The other 3 children are not my concern, other than the fact I have no jurisdiction over them, but I am ordering that these 2 children will at all times be handled correctly in their transportation. Is there anything other than that? Obviously, this is a temporary hearing, and I'm making that modification to extend the time, and we'll go from there.
I think that
All
handles it, Judge. Who do you want to draft the order?
You will. Well, actually, Ms. Morris, do you mind drawing the order for us? Yes, it needs to reflect the appointment of Ms. Mickey Furlong Smith. We have judges who are here every month, but I'm not going to set another review date until, I can set one in May, which is the next, is that when I'm back? May, which is my next term of court here. And May 14th and 15th.
Probably the 14th is better. We've got graduation that week also.
May 14th? All right, we'll set a review on May 14th. Wednesdays are juvenile court day, I think, downstairs, is that right?
They are.
So that may be your problem, but just check with her. If that's going to present a problem, we can put it on the 15th.
Let's just go ahead and do the 15th. Thank you, Judge.
Ned Litem?
But an ad litem cost would be split equally between the parties.
Thank you.
He usually doesn't submit a bill until the end anyway. So.